Looks good. Okay, I did have a question. I was curious. It looks like it's a cover for the driving range, right? Is that what those are? Is there, do you use plastic balls or something? Because it looks like if you drove it, it would go right off the property somewhere. Do you have a fence proposed? Or? Oh, okay, it's a digital thing. Oh, because it looked like it rolls, like it's a roll-up door. Oh, really? Oh, okay, got it. All right, well, that helps clarify. I was just concerned about maybe you're gonna have a fence in the future and something like that. Okay, well, I didn't have any other questions, and I too am okay with it, so I think we can, at the full board review, we can, yeah, let's, oh, well, let's see. We need to see if we have anyone in the audience who wants to right? We need to do that.
Sorry, and just reminder that everyone needs to be on their mics. So we should just wait until we start the regular meeting before we actually formally approve it.
Yes, okay, all right.
So,
but do we don't ask if there's anybody in the audience at this point? I forgot.
we can do that when we get to
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Then that concludes that, yeah, unless you want to stick around for the. Okay. All right, very good. Does he want us to go on to the other item? Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm going to turn you on, John.
Thank you. Okay, so I wrote the planner about asking for a memo that explained what you did because I felt that there were changes and you're on for a preliminary. I am hesitant to want to look at this. So did you have because of the number of changes, did you create a memo, please? We are under very tight time constraints.
So good afternoon, everybody. This is Laurel Perez from SEPS.
Okay.
And we did receive the email yesterday afternoon. It wasn't clear that you were looking for a memo, but let me just briefly state that the team's here to address the bubbles. But John, the thing is the bubbles that you are seeing have not changed from the last time you saw this project, with the exception of the landscape plan. And that was back in September 8th. The MBAR reviewed it and confirmed it was a nice project and asked us to come back for prelim final. So the architecture of the house and the architectural lighting has not changed since the last presentation to your board on September 8th.
Did the landscape lighting change, please?
There are some changes to the landscape plan. And so the landscape architect, Richard Bartley, is here to identify those through his presentation.
I want to stress that we have too many items today. Please be brief.
Okay, will do. So would you like us to hand it directly over to the landscape architect, or do you want to hear? Okay, so Richard, take it away.
And what sheet number, please?
I think this would be sheet L5.
do you know what?
Oh, this is I think you've got the architectural drawing. Oh, those are the engineers.
Those are the civil drawings.
Yes.
So go to
On that.
7.
7.
7, yeah.
Okay.
The
landscape.
PDF. There you go.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Basically, the lighting plan has changed. The pathway configurations have changed on the property, but the overall light fixture count has diminished from the earlier submission. The recessed lighting fixtures in the walls, because we've gotten rid of a lot of the raised planters, has been dropped by 6. The down lights from the trees has been dropped by 1, and the pathway lights have been dropped by 2 from the earlier submission. So overall, there's been a reduction of 9 lights from what I submitted earlier.
We have the option of either kicking it to the full board or approving it, or
Yeah, I understand.
are we okay?
I think overall the plan is good, fine. And I think that looking at the lighting, I think they reduced it down, and I think that's what we were.
Okay, so Claire, would you be ready to propose, to recommend approval to the full board, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Laurel, no changes to the building, right? Laurel,
That is correct. No changes to the building.
I guess, David, please, this is too big of a project to do on consent from now on, so if we could just take care of that.
What's the issue here? I
There
think
was
that this is coming
there
on
was-
consent, not the
there was-
direction of the board. I'm confused.
Okay, so please ask me if in the future, if it looks like there's a large project. I'll
This-
talk to you after the
He's
meeting.
saying this was a very large project, and the way it was laid out, page by page, it was very difficult to go through all the pages on block. Because the way it was laid out, it was really difficult to figure out.
We'll talk about it later. We're under time constraint. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Lady, I don't know how many are out there. So Claire and I will recommend approval for this. Item C2, please. Or is anybody here for that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody? C2?
That's you.
Yes.
There you are, I see your name there.
Can we go to PDF page 8, please? Item C2. Page 8, PDF page 8, Robert. Okay, so this was the small garage, Claire,
Yeah,
and
no, I-
they,
I've seen it, I looked at it.
3 downlights before the street, 3 above and 3 below. Did you have any comments about that, the downlights up in the trees?
Yes, that seems to be, I would have known why they question mark, so I thought that was pretty right.
So Tom, are you with us, please? Sorry. We normally don't approve anything near this intense. My recommendation would be to eliminate all of the downlights between the house and the street. And 1 each in the tree maximum. At no higher than 12 feet. And you'd be willing to accept that? Okay, are we good? So we will make the motion. We will recommend that to the board based on that. Thank you. If you want to wait, we'll deal with it in a few minutes. Item C4, please. Jennifer, are you here? 2080 Creekside?
Hi, everyone. Jennifer was actually not able to make it today, so it's going to be me, Cameron Richards. I'm a project architect with Two Trees Architects. And yeah, we were asked to return for final on consent. So I was thinking we would just run down quickly the list of items from the meeting minutes.
Okay. I'm actually okay with this. Are you okay with this project? Yeah, I had a chance to review it outside, of course, because the county provides us these drawings. And I'm okay with it, and Claire's okay with it, so I don't think we need to take that time or effort. Okay,
Okay, great.
Thank you.
we will recommend approval as submitted.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, everyone.
4 minutes to go.
Would you good try to give it away?
Unbelievable.
I was starting out being totally anxious about four.
So thank you for before we officially start, just want to say thank you to everybody for hopefully everyone to manage to make their way into the hearing room. So at some point, we just need to, for those who haven't done so already, get your ID badge taken. And
Is there a fob? Are there fobs as well?
part of the same time.
So your ID badge, when properly activated, will let you in both the parking lot and the side door.
So Robert, there's on every one of our agendas an item, Roman numeral. Members informational briefing, Roman numeral number 4, if you'd like to take just a couple minutes to introduce yourself to everybody, please. We'll do it at that point. Roman numeral number 4.
Put your mic there too. Yeah. that's what we're doing.
Okay.
There's a switch on your mic. Hit it.
Not yet, we're gonna wait till Roman numeral number 4.
Turn on your mic. too.
No, not quite.
It's just a reminder for everyone, when you speak, just go ahead and turn on your mics. I know that we have, I think it looks like we have a full board here, so I think we probably, somebody might have to share a mic because I think there's 6 mics up on the dais. And then, so I did try to crank the volume up a little bit today, so hopefully it was a little bit better during consent.
Sound
Thank
like
you.
it.
I gave you bullying. So I can hear. No, I did. I went and got tested and then.
There's several states, like 3 or 4 states.
Border states are really. Yeah.
You don't have to. If you-
John, you should definitely consider.
I was there when I was about 7. Yeah, it's probably grown a little bit.
Yeah.
Buddy, it is 1 o'clock on March 23rd, 2023. This is the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. I'd like to call the meeting to order. First item, public comment for any item not on the agenda. Anybody, please?
I don't have any speaker slips, and for those who are joining us via Zoom, if you want to speak for this item or on any item on our standard agenda, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. And I'm not seeing any hand raised for this item.
Okay, very good. Thank you, David. Agenda status report. I know there's some people here that are calling themselves out on various items. Anything else from you, David?
No changes from staff.
Chip, you're out on item 3 or 4? Yes. You're out on item.
Yes, I'm out on item number 3.
And Bill and Dave are out on items 5 and 6. And Bill will stay through item 9. Okay, minutes. We did not get the 9th, February 9th, agendized properly last meeting, so we're going to do it now. Is there anybody that would like to comment about the 9th? February 9th? February 9th.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Comments from me.
Okay, I did, so. Okay, so on item number 2. Item 2, comment 2. This was actually my comment. I said to provide 3D massing study. It's significantly less expensive to produce than a rendering. And I think we had to put that in there. They can do, if they want to go to a rendering, great, but 3D massings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be realistic.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, trying to figure out what that, do that if you do red.
Okay, so item number 700 Riven Rock. In fact, that project is before us today. Concerns regarding reflectivity and Lanter effect. And I'd like to add the words with the amount of glass proposed. 700 Riven Rock, item number 7.
Oh, got it. We're gonna see that today.
Okay, and then on item number 7, I'd like to add a word. It now says proposed plantings, and I'd like to have it say proposed perimeter plantings.
So this is item 7. and we're-
No, item 7, comment 7.
Yeah, comment 7. And can you?
Proposed perimeter plantings will not reach the height. I'd like to add the word perimeter. Okay, those are all the comments I have. Anybody else, please? Nope. I'll move for approval of the minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? Okay, the minutes of March 9th.
So just, I'm sorry, just a clarification. According to the minutes, Bill was actually absent that day.
No, for that one, for that,
For that whole meeting.
Maybe that's not right.
No, I saw, so, because site was too. Unless that was on another agenda as well. Let's see what day it is.
Well, these are the minutes, these minutes must be for the day we think it's on this. And it says project return to conceptual. Now doing the last.
Yeah, I think you were, actually.
I can second the motion, just.
Okay, seconded by Dave. Any further discussion, please? Those in favor? Aye. All those opposed, please. Okay, March 9th, does anybody have any,
And so, I'm sorry, just another clarification. So, so then Bill would have to abstain, and then also, our new member would also have to abstain. So that's a 502 vote.
Mr. Chair, if I could, my notes seem to indicate that Bill was at the February 9th meeting. I have comments from him on each of the items.
Okay, so let's just.
I think we need to correct the, yeah, thank you.
I can't remember. Sorry, Kimberly.
sounds like an angel was just here. Okay, March, are we ready to move on to March 9th or? Okay, minutes of March 9th. Does anybody have any comments, please? Hearing none, I also have no comments for March 9th. Very nice job, thank you. So I will move for approval of the March 9th minutes as proposed.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed. Roman numeral number 4.
David, I'm abstaining because I wasn't there.
So thank you to Kimberly on that.
Tip was also. Oh,
Roman numeral number 4, members informational briefing. Anyone go anywhere, do anything, or attend the meeting for the first time today?
No,
Well,
yeah.
I am.
Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
My name is Robert Sen. I think most of you know me. I haven't spoken with Elida in quite a while, but other than that, I know board here. Little personal history. I was born in Santa Barbara, raised in Montecito, and I've been through these boards many times. I've seen a lot of different architectural looks and styles come and go. I feel kind of uniquely qualified to review these projects, and I think that I can add another voice to the whole meaning of what it is to build in Montecito, and I'm sort of a proponent of context and neighborhood compatibility, and just want to kind of see it hopefully stay as much like it is continuing forward, and I look forward to serving with the board. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Anybody else, please? David took a trip to Mexico and actually returned in one piece. So, staff update, David, please.
Nothing from me unless Kimberly has
Kimberly,
something.
you got anything?
Nothing for me either, thank you.
Okay, consent agenda item C1 was reviewed, and Claire and I would like to propose approval as submitted. And to that extent, I will move, and this is for both preliminary and final. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item C1 since it's here for preliminary? Seeing none, I would like to move for, recommend that we approve this, and to that end, I move for approval of item C1 as submitted. Is there any discussion, please? All those in favor, please? Aye. Okay, item C2. Tom Henson's was on here for final, so only, so Claire and I would like to recommend to the board that we approve this with the elimination of all tree lights to the west of the main house and only one tree light in the trees to the east of the house. And that would be my motion. Is there a second, please? I'll second it. Is there any further discussion, please? No. All those
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Can you give me the conditions again?
eliminate the tree lights between the house and the street. And to the east side, one rather than three tree lights on that side.
Thank you.
At 12-foot high max, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Carried unanimously. Item C3, I have a conflict, so I'm just gonna step back here while you guys discuss it.
Okay, so we reviewed item C3, 955 La Paz Road, and we agreed to approve this as submitted. Yeah, so approved as submitted. Yes, I make the motion for a final approval as submitted.
And I'll second that.
And is there anyone in the public like to speak to this item? Seeing
No hands.
Seeing none, for the vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Watson recuses. Item C4. We saw that also. This was a 2080 Creekside, quite a large project, but done very well. All the drawings were there. The colors were clarified, I think, a little bit. So I would like to make a motion for approval as submitted.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, item number 1, conceptual review. Rick Jewett is here.
I'm here.
Okay, as an overview for people that did not get a chance to review this, we had some neighbor letters, which we will review quickly. There are minutes. And we will go from there. So Britt, you are on, please.
Okay. So proposals for this purpose.
Wait, my mistake. Minutes, my mistake. I'm sorry, Britt.
Okay.
Second story, not well integrated with existing structure, restudy and design and layout. MBAR expressed concerns regarding impacts to neighbors' privacy. MBAR expressed concerns regarding amount of paving in outdoor living areas. One member indicated that they could not support the amount of paving proposed in the rear yard or the removal of 2 healthy trees. MBAR concerned about the proximity of the structure to Butterfly Lane, which is inconsistent with the neighborhood. No action taken. Wolf asked. Okay, now we're at that.
I'm sorry. So just if you weren't checking your email, like there was a planner memo that came in right before lunch on this item.
And it said, no comment. I'm waiting for your approval. Okay. Thank you. I did check my email. Okay, Brett, you're on.
Okay, so proposals for this parcel were seen 2 times previously. The last time was about a year ago with a presentation from another design team. Today, the presentation focuses on refinements to the original program and site development approach and response to the board comments. The new drawings incorporate updates to the structure as it relates to massing and neighborhood privacy, and also includes changes to the site plan to reduce the hardscape area. We're not including a new landscape plan. The owner's intent is to make few changes to the plant list and conceptual approach. It's principally a familiar drought-tolerant palette of olives, agave, lavender, and some privet hedging material for privacy at the project perimeter. As the previous design floor area ratio was 114%. This proposal is at 113, and a change in the grading quantities is because the previous pool was located at the elevation of the rear property line, and our pool now is at the finished floor. So it went from 120 to 426. So let's go to sheet 2. For those of you that weren't at the previous presentation, I just want to show the lot development opportunities and constraints that we have on this particular project. As you can see, oak tree setbacks limit the development, and the right side shows our design approach concept, which is to limit the area given to the vehicles and the presence of the house to the street. So turning garage solution has a minimal impact to the street and is the most efficient way to gain site access. From there, we have the single family first floor footprint shown, and what that leaves then outside of the tree drip lines is an active outdoor area, which is only about 9% of the total lot area. So we feel that the oak tree presence in the backyard is a hardship to the development of this particular parcel. Let's go to the next. As part of the analysis, we also looked at the presence of the street. One of the board member comments from last review was that there's a character along Butterfly Lane that has mature landscapings at the street. So as you can see, images 1, 2, and 3 are coming from Middle Road toward the site. And you can see that the landscape is close to the street. There's a continuous canopies and hedging materials. And then as we come back from where the intersection of Mesa Road and Butterfly Lane, which are the photos 4, 5, and 6, you can see again this continuity of the landscape presence at the street. If we go to the bottom of the sheet, you see that this particular parcel has very little tree plantings at the street, and we're looking at that as an opportunity with the landscape approach to add continuity to the neighborhood character from the street. So let's go to sheet 3. Okay, so this is our neighborhood compatibility study, and basically we're looking at the existing character of the house, how it's seen from the different areas of the side yard, the rear yard, what the landscape character is. There's a photo number 9 down at the bottom of the page is a tree that's on the west or the east property line. It's a mature oak tree, and we've done a lot to incorporate that into the new design. There are two trees in the back that the owner remembers growing up on this property as being just volunteer seedlings that are now sort of part of a swing set and an area where there was a heather ball court. So part of the development would like to see development in that rear yard and the removal of those two trees. So let's go to number 4. Please. We're going to go to the next sheet. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So this is our site development plan, and in essence, we're following the program of the previous proposal. We have an arrival court in the front, the turning garage, which is the minimum area that we can use to access the site. We're keeping existing site features on the east property line, including a historic wall and the trees. And then we're limiting all of the development to the interior of the site setbacks. Let's go to the next page. Oh, you can look at the site plan too then. So you can see that on the right, the illustrative site plan. Basically, we've just got some existing oak trees. We're talking about planting new olives and perimeter screening. And there's a pool that was part of the previous design proposal on axis with the entry. It's inside of the rear yard setback. So we're devoting the entire rear yard setback to neighborhood screening. So we can go to the next page. Okay, so this is a neighborhood compatibility study. Basically, the previous proposal was story poled, so you can see the elevations to the left that show that we lowered the finished floor of our proposal and also the first floor plate. So we're seeing a net decrease in height of the current proposal of 3.5 feet. One of the board comments was that the project had a lot of massing to the butterfly. And you can see on our west elevation story pole sheet, the area in pink there is how we reduce the mass to the street by bringing the second floor back to about 43 feet from the property line. So keeping the efficiency of the turning garage, but moving the massing back was the way we addressed the board comment. Let's go to number 7, which is our neighborhood compatibility study. So that just shows the neighboring structures, their relative distances to the property lines, and the general size compatibility of our proposal. Okay. This is a diagram that shows that we oriented the second floor windows to take it to view to the interior of the lot wherever possible. You can see that the primary bathroom views into the lot. The deck to the front views into an open space that goes across the motor court. We have an office primary window there, views across the front open space of the neighboring yard. The green view cone that goes up screen and the white trees there is an area where we're working with the neighbor to create privacy screening. We had a meeting with that neighbor. And if we go to the next sheet, this is an exhibit that was created to meet with Brian and Marissa Garber, the neighbors on that property line. And what this is showing that from the primary bedroom, which is located behind a balcony on the second level, that the view into their lot has an opportunity to be screened within the zone indicated between the view lines there. And below then, what we did was we looked at what the privacy concerns were, both from the applicant's property and the neighboring property. So if you go down, you can see that from the balcony, we determined that the trees that are of a 12-foot height would effectively block any views into their property. And then from their property, looking back, something in the neighborhood of 15 feet would completely obscure any view of this house. At the meeting, we talked a little bit about resolutions to privacy concerns between neighbors that we had worked with before, and specifically to have a meeting wherein we would have a story pole at the 12-foot height, and we would work with them to set the location of where 2 box specimen trees would be most effective at providing the screening. We'd stake that, have it surveyed, and when we return with our preliminary design landscape plan, we'd have those located in part of the presentation that would be recorded. So we can go to the next page now.
Can we try to be as concise as possible here, Brett, please?
Okay, yeah, this is just the floor plan showing the general layout. We can go to the next page, which are the elevations. This is in response to board concerns about the massing. So we, kept the same general approach to the plan and put a stairway between the one-story section and the entrance to help massing sort of cascade from the higher portion to the lower. Bringing in the porch at the front so that there's a relief in the plane of the main entry facade. As you can see on the wraparound elevations, there's a lot of animation and breakdown of scale as we get to the side yards. Go to the next. This is the rear elevation and the side elevation. All have familiar details that we would associate with, the Spanish colonial style in Montecito. And I think the last page then shows some sections here so that we can see that our first floor plates are 10 feet, second floor plates are 9 feet. And then let's go to the final page. This is, there's one more sheet then that has the elevation detail character that we're looking to provide with this project. A very minimalist traditional approach, clean plaster, Santa Barbara sandstone, custom light fixtures, and details that we're familiar with, but are streamlined in the execution. So that's it.
Thank you, Brett.
Okay.
To remind the board, this project we had a site visit right at the midpoint or 2/3 the way through the pandemic. And so just if you didn't remember exactly which site it was. Okay, so I will call people in for questions. And then I will go through that exact same order for comments after we have public comments. So Claire, please. Questions? Yes, please.
Is there a landscape plan?
There was a landscape plan with the last proposal. We are not deviating from the plant list or the general locations. What I'm here to get is feedback on the building approach and the refinements to the site plan. And then we'll loop back the landscape plan at our next meeting.
So at this meeting, you don't have a landscape plan?
I do not have one with these sheets. It was part of the previous submittal.
So, okay, then the other, then.
Where's your mic on, Claire?
I have.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. All these things. You mentioned trees that you were proposing along the back property lines.
Correct.
I mean, you showed a picture of where they were gonna go, but do you know what you're going to propose there?
We're proposing a box specimen that would be 12 feet in height that's agreeable to both neighbors, and the location will be recorded at a future site meeting.
Okay.
We have a palm tree back there, so grouping 2 more would be consistent with the existing landscape character.
Okay, and those will appear at the next meeting when you show up with the landscape plan. Is that what?
Correct. And those locations would be recorded as part of the conversation we had with the neighbors.
Okay, and then I have one other question. With the changes that you've made, are you still at 113% for the FAR? Or
Yeah, we're down.
Those changes reduce that number down.
No, we're down 1% from the last proposal from the previous design team. They were at 114, we're at 113.
You're now at 114, you're at 113. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Bill.
Yeah,
into the moment.
Yeah. Is there any reason why you could or could not move the building? I'm assuming north is up, so if you moved it to the right or to the east, would that give you a little more buffer there on the west property line? Is there any advantage to that? Are the neighbors okay with what you're, because it seems like that second story is close there.
Right. The reason that we're not moving it that direction is you can see that there is a mature oak there, and there's some existing development under it. So we're taking advantage of that, but there's no real opportunity to move closer to the east property line because of that tree.
Have the neighbors that were, and maybe we'll hear from them if they're here. Have they seen this new plan since?
The neighbors all wrote letters of approving the previous plan, with the exception of the neighbors to the north that we had a private conversation with. So we have neighborhood letters from all neighbors except them.
Okay.
So yes, they're aware of it, and they approved the previous plan, which was substantially taller.
And then, David, could you go to the elevations, the south elevation specifically? There's on the south elevation there's a shed. And I'm wondering if that upper roof, was there any reason why that couldn't be a hip on that instead of a gable? Just a question.
On the right side?
On the right side where the shed dies into that gable, then on the left side you have a hip, but on the right side of that roof, same roof line you have up.
Yeah, we were looking at how the integration of the shed that's over the stairs works, and it seemed to resolve better with having a wall there rather than the eave. But we can restudy that for sure.
Okay, all right. I think that was it. Thank you,
Dave,
Bill just covered my exact questions. Thanks.
Chip,
Yes, when I'm, okay, this is not a comment, this is the question.
questions, please.
Yes, I want to know, this is the question.
Questions, please.
So, when I look at the south elevation and then one right below is, which one is it? That's the east elevation, and I realize that this is a small house. The floor plan is very simple where I see it, rectangular. And the elevation is extremely complicated. And I'm wondering, is that the design direction from you or the clients, and the roof line is just, a little convoluted in my opinion. Is it really what you're trying to achieve?
Well, what we have is a living room that wants to be a single story and vaulted. And then we go out to secondary bedrooms that are forward of the three windows that you see there. So they're going to appear as small structures that are softer to the side yard, and then we build to the higher massing at the interior of the lot. So the opportunities to maintain the single story volume in the center, and then load bedrooms over the garage to the other side, meant that we had to bring roof forms down and cascade from higher to lower as we went from left to right, as you see on the south elevation. That's why that particular elevation looks complicated, but in 3 dimensions, it actually follows traditional patterns of larger structures at the center of the lot, then cascading to lower ones at the perimeter.
That it, Chip? Elida, please. Questions?
Can we go to the first drawing, please?
I can hardly hear you. Speak up, please. And it's your mic on?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, yeah, that one. Thank you. A question, there was comments made earlier about the amount of hardscape on this project. And is the entry, the family driveway entry, the scale looks rather large. Is that to accommodate the cars being able to get in and out of the garage?
Yeah, that's correct. Those are pretty standard backup distances so that you can get out and then head out the driveway. So that turnaround is as compact as reasonable, you know, to be able to accommodate the 3-point or the backup and turnaround to get out. And we also need, you know, guest parking, things like that.
Is that
Thank
it?
you. Yeah.
Robert? Questions?
I would agree with,
That's not a question, please.
well, no questions,
Excellent.
comments.
Thank you.
We're not in comments yet.
Okay.
Okay, so can we go, I don't know if it's up or down on the sheet. I want to see yeah, right there. So Britt,
Yes.
when I calculated out, I think maybe you had an additional sheet, you have 113 FAR for you, but it looks like the neighborhood immediately on Butterfly is 96, which means it's probably almost 20% larger. Why should we approve that when it's that much over the neighborhood, please?
Because across the street, you have 115 and 112. We're right in the middle of those two. The property to the right has not been improved. That's a, you know, a property from the early, you know, 20s or something. And the previous approval, there was no real comments on the floor area ratio. So we thought that keeping it similar but still reducing it would be an appropriate response.
When I look at this site plan or this neighborhood context on your side of the street, down at the water, they have this concept of the string line where you're supposed to stay behind it and all that kind of good stuff. Now, I know that that's not applicable on the inland, but isn't this bringing the structure this much forward really inconsistent with that street as it exists now?
The garage portion is forward more than other structures, but the rear part of the lot being you know, populated with oak trees means that our development opportunities are towards the front of the property. And so we feel that as you look at the existing landscape patterns in the street, that if we continue that, the presence of this house isn't going to be noticeable because of the setback of the second floor element. So our proposal involves re-landscaping and continuing so that we bridge between the two sections that are heavily landscaped and add continuity to the street.
And David, I think it's down on the next sheets. I'm looking for that site plan. But isn't your statement predicated on the fact of having a very large pool area in the back, a large terrace, and in fact, the destruction of a very, very beautiful tree, that if you were able to move that structure back and having more modest landscaping, that might occur? Is that correct? Or why should the rear yard drive the entire site plan from the street, please?
Because we're looking to create the most efficient arrival and parking scenario on the lot. And once we do that, then we have a floor plan development area. And that's what those first two diagrams show, is that, you know, access the lot and parking is most efficient by doing a turn-in garage configuration. The presence of that garage to the street has the least impact to the street. So we are moving toward the street because we feel that based on achieving the floor area ratio, you know, we need to be forward on the parcel.
But if the patio area in the back, which some might characterize as being excessive for the size property, were reduced, wouldn't that permit you to have a more consistent front elevation from a neighborhood point of view, please?
It would mean that we wouldn't have any outdoor area that could be developed as an active use because it'd be under the oak tree drip lines. So I think that the oak trees are driving the location of this.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much, Bert. Public comment. Is there anybody attending the meeting by Zoom or in the audience that would like to address the board on item number 1, please?
Not seeing any, excuse me, hands, John.
Okay, so Brett did correctly state that there were letters. I counted 7 and he thought that one of them was not fully supportive. I may have missed that, but clearly at least 6 of them were very strongly supportive of this project. And maybe there was one that was a little hesitant. So for the sake of time, I think, would you agree with that assessment, Brett?
Yes, that's correct. The only neighbor that was not supportive, we met with, as I've said, we developed exhibits to clarify what we could do to mitigate privacy concerns, and we have a plan in process.
Okay, very good. So now I'll close that part. We're going to go back for comments in the same order. Claire, please, comments?
Okay. Well, we didn't address during the question period at all, the comments that were made about the amount of paving that were in the minutes. And so I was remiss in that I didn't deal with this at questions, but has this plan changed as far as its development to account for the comments that were made at MBAR last time we saw that, which had to do with the amount of paving that's existing? Has that changed, or is it still as proposed from the past?
No, we had substantial changes to the plan. Previously, there were sitting areas that were in the setbacks of the rear setback. We had paved areas in the side yard setbacks. This has taken all of the development and brought it inside the setbacks and given the full rear yard setback to landscape screening in the back. The entry court is a permeable court. There's a porch that's under a roof that just provides interest to the elevation and breaks up the front massing. And then the rear court is between 2 wings of the house, and it's just a centralized outdoor gathering spot versus having 3 or 4 separate ones that are located in the project corners.
No, I just had a couple of other comments. I absolutely agree with a couple of architects that find the front of the building very complex and very busy, and not consistent with some of the other surrounding areas or homes in this and right now at this point, I absolutely cannot conceive of approving this project with the entire front yard is all pavement. It doesn't, I mean, I know you have to get into the garage. I know you have to get into the front door, but to pave the entire front of the parcel, except for the garages, is really, I can't approve it like that. So when you come back with a new landscape plan, or an adjusted landscape, I really would ask your landscape people to look at the design of the driveway and the courtyard and whatever you want to call that area. The driveway is very wide, and then the whole thing gets even bigger when you get in there. And you can back up. You don't need to back up across the entire lot to get back out of the garages. I'm sorry. I know that can be done. So those are my comments.
Bill, comments?
Yes. So is this working? Okay. Yeah. So I don't know why this isn't, I can't even see it. Anyway, what I was going to say is that, there we go. It looks like this area here, well, in the whole building, and again, we're seeing, for me, I'm seeing it for the first time, so I don't really have any experience with the lot, but it seems like this could be pulled up and back over, reducing a little bit of that paving in the back and getting a little more definition, a little more space between here and maybe a little more space off of the front elevation too. It looks like this area in here is wider than it needs to be across the drive. I would look at that maybe in terms of narrowing that up. I would say if, David, you could scroll down just a little bit toward the bottom there. You do have one advantage that the paving is out here. So you do, I would definitely, enhance that as much as you can. But if you can get a little more paving in the front, a little more planting in the front there, and a little more separation off the side, I think it might feel a little better. And I know you're working on the landscape for that. So could you go to the elevations there, David? I mean, I like generally, obviously, the architectural style is great, but go to the south elevation a little bit more. I think the south and the east seem to be most complicated. The east, I would agree, because of the three-dimensional of that. I think maybe a model, if you can do it, is going to be helpful for us to see it. But again, I would agree with the other board members that I think simplification of some of this is going to be good. And that, for some reason, that little piece right there, if it was a hip and a hip, I'm okay with mixing hips and gables, not a problem. And shed, I don't have a problem with that. I think this right here, to me, just sort of sticks out like a sore thumb. And maybe there's some simplification in these areas too, where you could make that work. So I think with some tweaks, in my mind, I think you can get there. I would definitely work with your neighbors in terms of the views in the back. That seems to be a concern on the north side. And really just working on the roof lines. I think simplification of it will go a long way. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Dave.
First, I just wanted to reconfirm that you're preserving the 3 large oaks in the backyard. No?
The previous proposal showed those 2 trees being removed. There's a third one on the property line. There was a arborist report and landscape plans that had mitigations for those. So we were just moving forward with that program and looking to address board comments from that proposal.
I guess I'm confused. I thought you were using that for justification to having the house moved out towards the street.
Well, there's a side oak tree that takes up that, it has a setback that we are forced to then go to the west property line. But in the diagram on the beginning of the presentation, it shows that, and you can see here on the plan to the left there, the oak tree setback or the drip lines. And so there's really no
Can we go to
development in the backyard that can happen with those trees.
so this diagram
The 16 and the 17 were tagged for removal from the previous proposal. So those 2, yes. And there have been mitigation on what to do, in response to taking those out.
So that's what's confusing to me. This is showing your active outdoor area reduced by the drip lines of those trees, but now you're saying those are going to be removed. So
Because there is no active area if we have the drip lines. We can't pave there, we can't put the pool in, we can't achieve the owner's program because what that diagram is trying to show is that we have a turn-in garage. It's the most efficient way to get in. There's a single family first floor footprint that takes up a particular amount of area, and then what's left is not enough to achieve the full development of the lot that's consistent with what neighboring parcels have.
cool.
It's a hardship.
Yeah.
Comments, please.
Yes. Well, to start with, I appreciate the reduction in the mass and definitely is going in the right direction. I appreciate that you talked with all the neighbors and you're working with the neighbor that have the most significant concerns. That's all great. So I'm going to parallel the concerns that have already been mentioned by the board. The amount of paving and the way the house is pushing towards the street. I think and the concerns about the complexity, but I think that has more to do with maybe with elevations. So as Bill mentioned, I think 3D massing model explaining the different forms of the structure so that it may read less complex than it is now, but that would help me feel better about the project. To some degree, I can buy into your proposal to extend the existing street landscaping to screen the project and the fact that you have that extra area outside the property line. And also, I appreciate you moved the massing back and that the garage is single story and can be hidden. But I still, right now, I don't have enough information to feel confident that this isn't an impact to the neighborhood. So I would like to see the 3D massing model. And I would like you to study the pool. Seems to be what's pushing the house forward. If you didn't have the pool, I think the house could go back further. And also, I think the driveway width is more than it needs to be. So I think the reduction in the hardscape and potentially impacts to the street is what I would be looking for, and providing more information so that I can feel comfortable about what you're proposing.
Chip, what, comments?
Yeah, so I definitely agree with all the comments from other board members, and and just one thing kind of puzzle for me that, I mean, actually, from Brett, I always like your work. I think you do a beautiful project for many years, and just this one, I just couldn't get it yet. I'm still trying to look at the elevation, try to figure it out. So whatever you can do, I'm sure you can, to simplify it, and simplify a lot. But other than that, I think the project is definitely approvable if you address some of the comments from the board. Thank you.
Lida, comments?
Well, I'll give one more swipe at this poor dead horse. There's the scale of hardscape to the scale of the house is not consistent to the neighborhood nor Montecito. And it almost looks, I'm out of LA 30 some years ago. And when I go back, I see Mac houses, that's what they're called, McDonald houses, where the house takes up so much of the property, it takes away from the nature of the property. And dare I make this proposal, maybe the house is too big. Maybe, and that's the end of my comment.
Robert, comments, please. Now, comments.
Okay. I would agree with the other board members, and yeah, the setback to setback massing combined with the kind of overly complex roof, I think makes that issue even worse. But assuming you can solve those things, what I'm concerned about is, you talked historic precedent that there's like the 20s or 30s houses there. And, here, for instance, if you go to the elevation, please, David, I mean, the east, to me, the garage doors are way out of proportion. The piece between the doors is too narrow. You're never going to get in out of that garage. But even if you left it alone, if you could make that a timber and some corbels or something instead of trying to make it plaster, I don't know. And I would hope that all the walls would have some reveal, like maybe 2x8 minimum studs or something, so that you pick up some of that historical precedent. And the historical precedent would result in simpler massing, I think, as well, particularly on the east and south. Now, the east, I'm not sure about the little shed, why that's necessary or wanted. And then, yeah, mixing the hip and the rake are troubling. But then, speaking of those, I'd like to see a hip and rake detail that is based on historic precedent, and really try to flesh it out and refine it in a detail manner, I think is gonna be critically important too. And that's it.
Kimberly, can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes,
I don't think they're over 50% addition. Do they have to have a guest parking space, please?
if they are not over 50% of their current permitted floor area, then they are not required to provide an uncovered guest parking area.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so my sense of looking at this is that we are looking at a site plan and development that is more characteristic of the Upper East Side of Santa Barbara up near the Mission than we are in Montecito. Way too much paving, way too much sort of ignoring of the natural environment that we're trying to maintain. And I don't think I'm going to be able to vote for it. In contrary to my fellow architects here, I like the folly that you have in some of these roof forms. I think that they add a real interesting quality to the building. So I would hate that you take our comments and turn this into a vanilla house. But in general, I think it is too aggressive a program, both probably in the building. Yes, the neighbors across the street are at 115, I think you said. But, you know, the neighbor, it feels too crowded. When I was out there on the site visit, I don't know, a year ago or whenever it was, I really felt that this house should be back off the street. And if that means you can't have a pool, maybe that's what it means. I think that there's some remarkably beautiful landscapes that don't have pools in it on these smaller yards. So as presented, Britt, I don't think I can vote for this project. Okay, thank you very much. We are on concept only. I think we should come back for further concept, yes?
Okay.
And do we need a preliminary landscape plan even though we're on concept?
Well,
It helps.
from my point of view, yes, I think we see some part because we're just, so much of what we're dealing with is the site plan. You know, and that's why I was asking for that earlier. So I do, yes, a preliminary lab can at least so it shows us where things they're proposing to put them.
Okay, so would you be able to get that for us, Britt, please?
Absolutely, yeah. We're just looking for comment on building massing and general, approach to this layout on the site.
I think you've got that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 2, I believe we have neighbors that want to comment on this. We'll get you a little later. We have 2 neighborhood letters and we have a planner memo. So item number 2, 1180 High Road, we have some minutes. Relocate structure outside the required side yard setback. Relocate second-story balcony. Restudy layout and design of structure. Consider reducing size of structure. Consider stepping second story in, offset from the first floor. Okay, so Jason, and approval by your board is a planner memo. Jason, are you here for this project, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. So my name is Jason Carter, designer of the hobby room addition above the existing carport at 1180 High Road for property owner Michael Hines. Let's look at the first sheet. A1 PDF page 1 site plan. There's an existing single-story residence and a later 2-story portion attached to that on the right side. That's an ADU. Behind the ADU lies the detached carport along the driveway, providing access to the backs of these 3 or 4 properties. The extreme eastern side of the carport lines up with the house, but does lie partially in the side setback. We will do a modification process to legalize the carport with respect to the non-conforming setbacks. As described in the earlier hearing, during the pandemic, there were rodents getting into the cars. And as an emergency precaution, the owner enclosed the carport with walls and garage, made it a garage. There should be photos of the garage that were submitted for reference if anyone needs to see those, or I can share my screen. And then the following, yeah.
That's the shed, not the top one.
Yeah, it might have been earlier on. Should I share my screen?
No.
Okay.
Thank you,
But the following 3 sheets, it's PDF pages 2, 3, and 4, do show aerials to give a location and context. The red arrow is the site. And the flat roof is that carport, the lighter gray is the carport that was enclosed as garage. And this hobby room will be an addition above that. So we can go ahead and look at PDF page 5 is A2, first floor plan, that one. So that shows the carport. The next sheet will be the floor plan that shows the enclosure, but maybe while we're on that, one page back up, that first floor plan. So the shaded area is where the entry will be, and the stairs going up to the second floor. There's an existing, the laundry out there is for the ADU. So, okay, so now go down to the floor plan. And now you see the entry and the stair, and their laundry will be tucked into a closet underneath the stairway. So let's see what else on that. Okay, so we can go to the second floor plan. It's the next sheet, PDF page 7. So you see the stairs coming up, and we reduced the size of the hobby room, and we moved it out of the setback. Initially, we were stacking it on the garage walls below in the setback, but now we're moving it out. We did away with the balcony. Let's see, I think that's. Oh, the earlier concerns were that those portions within the setback also had windows. So we've removed all windows along that side. Avoiding privacy issues. That deck is gone. We have a more thoughtful, considerate plan now. There are hedges along the property line, very tall hedges and trees for the other neighbor at the rear to also help with any privacy concerns. The next page is the roof plan. The existing first floor flat roof portions on the carport garage, we're going to put sloping roof on them to match the existing house and what will be on the hobby room. Same slopes, asphalt shingles, everything to match the house. And then the next pages are the elevations that show all that as well. Everything to match the existing, board and batten siding to match the house, window trim, colors to match the house. And then the final sheet down there is that, one more down is the shed. We have to reduce the height of that. Currently it's 16 feet. And we have to reduce it to be just under 12 feet. So we're going to modify that roof and bring it down and bring the windows down into the shed. No change to landscaping or paving. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have some neighbors, which we will get to after our questions. First question from the board. Bill, please.
Yeah. First of all, maybe it's a question to Kimberly or somebody in planning. Is that carport, was that permit? I couldn't remember if that was that proved to have been permitted structure?
The carport, I believe, was legal non-conforming, but it lost its status when they enclosed it to create a garage.
illegal, so it's in the setback, and would a variable setback apply in this particular case?
I haven't looked at the current site plan, but they need to meet a minimum 5-foot setback from the property line to utilize the variable. The last plan set that I reviewed did not meet that 5-foot setback, so they would be needing to get a variance if that's still the case.
Got it. So, okay. And then let's go to the elevations there, David, real quick. Is there a reason, a good reason, or a thought, maybe a design concept for the cantilever of that second floor? Other than adding square footage, of course. Was there?
It would be just to break up that elevation, and then also for the garage entry below, there would be down recessed lights down into that area in front of the garage base.
Okay. And floor area ratio, I didn't see that anywhere, FAR.
I have not, I don't believe I've calculated that or been asked to calculate that before, since initially we were building directly above the garage. Yeah, I don't know why that hadn't come up before.
Yeah, I don't know the lot size. I don't remember, what's the lot size, lot size, is that?
Let's see, I do have it.
It does, okay.
18,000 square feet, just under half an acre.
Okay, all right, that was all.
And Chip, questions, please.
No questions. Thank you.
Elida, please, questions.
There were a number of setback issues. Have those been resolved with your planner and your owner, and is everything
Yes.
set wise?
Yes, other than the existing, carport converted to garage still lying in that triangle of setback area. The second floor, the addition has been pulled out of the setback entirely.
And are all these additions, square footage wise, interior? Is the footprint of the house changing vis-a-vis any changes you might need to make to landscaping?
No.
Thank you.
Questions, Robert?
No questions.
Questions, Claire?
Well, I'm still puzzled by this hobby room up at the top. Does it need to be as big as it's shown I'm looking at the east elevation right now? Could it be made so it doesn't overhang the garage? Could it be designed so it was smaller?
I think it could possibly be adjusted in that much. It's for the daughter does artwork and large scale artwork. So we felt that we needed that much room, but it could possibly draw back in that, 2 feet or so.
Okay. And are we still on question?
Yes, questions, please.
That's the only question I'm just puzzled. Oh, yeah, that was my only question. I mean,
Dave, questions?
Is there landscaping between your proposed second story and the adjacent neighbor on your property? And if so, what's the height of it?
There is existing hedge that fairly matches the height of the existing flat roof on the carport. Approximately 9.5, 10 feet.
Okay, and it is on your property because the carport's very close to the property line.
It's 4 feet 8 inches, so just under that 5 feet.
Okay, and the hedge is 2 feet onto your property or something like that?
That is, I believe that's on the neighbor's side entirely.
The hedge is entirely on the neighbor's property.
I do believe, if I recall.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
This board is charged with a number of items, including trying to ensure that the buildings that get built in Montecito have a very deep, soulful beauty to them. if I said to you that I could not make that finding based on this arrangement because of mass, bulk, and scale, awkward massing, lopsided massing, what would your comment about that be, please?
Well, then based on previous conversations with the owner, he probably just, wouldn't do the project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have two letters opposed to the project, and we have two neighbors. Are either of you neighbors also letter writers, or is that somebody else? Okay, let's do the people in the neighbor. Oh, you don't want to ask questions, or? Okay, so we have two letters. Can you bring them up? Basically, they are opposed. Can you enlarge that, since I only have regular glasses and not super glasses? Okay, after reviewing the new set of plans, we feel nothing substantially has changed. In the current iteration, there are still windows and French doors open onto an albeit smaller balcony that looks directly down into our home. Jason, is that a correct statement, or did they not get a chance to look at the last drawings?
We have I guess it would be a Juliet balcony, but it's not even a walkout. We had, yeah, I
very
don't.
good. So it's still true. It is still a gross invasion of privacy. The plan was rejected on November 3rd, and among the many recommendations that was that they rotate the orientation of the room 180 degrees. So it looks back over their own house and not down into our backyard and home. Also, in the last meeting, the committee voiced opposition to the size of the hobby room, which at 491 square feet is pretty much the same size as the original submission. Adding insult to injury, they are now requesting expanding the garage, which they built without permits, from a 2 to 3 car space by adding an additional 75 square feet. It was also suggested that the Hines at least make the attempt to involve the neighbors in the design. We have never been contacted, and to the best of our knowledge, neither have any of the other neighbors. We once again formally object to this proposal in its current design. In the last hearing, you had supported our objections and the objections of our neighbors, and rejected the design in very strong terms. This was very much appreciated. We urge you to please reject this design once again. So that was Mr. and Mrs. Gillard, or Gillard. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. David, do we have the other one, please? And again, if you could enlarge it. Okay, thank you. At the last, this is from Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Porter. At the last hearing regarding this proposal, each commission member voiced significant concerns about the plans and design. Relatively little has changed. The issue of neighborhood privacy, setback infringement, and overall design was not addressed. The setback on the side of our property is 5 feet. Our measurement is that the unpermitted garage is under 4 feet. If the garage is to be expanded 75 square feet, and extended 10 feet on the other side, why can't it be moved over 2 feet? MBAR suggested that the second story might be placed on another part of the house, and the applicant might discuss with affected neighboring residents. Neither of these seem to have been considered. We appreciate the diligence of the MBAR, its respect for the residents and beauty of our neighborhood. Okay, just to make sure, is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
I believe Mr. Porter has his hand raised on Zoom.
Very quickly, please. We've already read your letter. Go ahead.
Unmute. Okay. Just like to welcome Robert, and thank you for reading the letter, and appreciate your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. Okay. Comments? Same order. Bill, comments?
Okay, so can you go to the site plan, David, please? So my suggestion, right off the bat, I mean, certainly you got to pull the garage out, at least get 5 feet. Looks like you're 4. Could you go more? Would be even better. It's a large garage, certainly. We understand, you know, like park our cars and off the street, and that's good. But it maybe it's a little too large for that lot. Hard to say at this point. I'll wait till some others comment. Now let's go to the elevations right there. See, David. My feeling is that the second floor is just, it feels a little too weighted for that, the house. And it doesn't feel like it's nestled into the house. It feels like it was just sort of plopped on there, and I think it needs to be integrated better. And I'm thinking based on the scale of the house, as is the other part ADU over there, it's kind of fit into the roof line a little better. And maybe that's what we need to do, is something that nestles in a little better, like you're inside, maybe you have dormers and you're grabbing as much ceiling height as you can. But right now it just feels a bit too much like it's just sort of plunked on there and not really addressing what's below it as well. The garage door placement and the structuring of those doors, you're going to have some steel moment frames in there to get that kind of a proportion to work. There's very little return on the walls. So the scale and the proportion just feels to me like it's overwhelming, that whole, the garage, the second story element and all of it. So I would say, nestle that down, make it more like an attic space within the space. I'm not sure the cantilevers really being effective there. You got just so much happening, and then the garage doors, and maybe it's a single car underneath the gable end and a small man door passage into a little workshop, something. Anyway, those are my comments.
Chip, comments?
Yeah, I definitely agree with comments from Bill and everything else you add to it. Thank you.
Lyman, please.
I remember this from our site visit, and I was impressed by neighborhood. The neighbors showing up and voicing their opinions.
We never had a site visit, did we?
Yes, we do. Isn't this a Mr. Mathis job as well?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember it at all.
In which case I'll hold my comments, if perhaps I have the wrong project in mind.
Okay, Robert, comments, please.
I would agree with Bill's comments and hope that that second story could be resolved. I think the plate height is too tall on that art studio or whatever it is, and it's not integrated enough into the structure below. And again, garage doors, I mean, it just doesn't look like they have correct proportions. And are we trying to get too much there? And you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone if you could reduce the square footage of those 2 areas and pull it all back and lower it a bit. I think you're on the right track.
Okay, I'm not sure what you said there, Robert. Excuse me, Claire.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Bill's original comments, and everybody else seems to be agreeing with them. It looks to the hobby room on top of the garage does not in any way look like it belongs there when it's especially in the east elevation, where the roof line is going in different directions. I mean, the whole thing, it just, for me, in order for me to improve this, you need to come back with something to fix the hobby room. The hobby room just doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the house or the surrounding area. So,
Dave,
I just wanted to clarify one thing. One of the comments from the public was that the garage is being increased. Is that the case, or is
2 to 3,
2 to 3 feet?
2 to 3 cars.
But the size of it's being increased
10
with this proposal.
10 feet.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I have strong concerns about the impact to the neighbors. Before I could consider approving this project, I would need to see story poles and the site visit. I don't remember going to the site, and I think, and then my comments parallel Bill and Robert's. I think, as far as refining this so it's better incorporated into the architecture, and I have the same feeling that the plate height of that hobby room could be lowered to help it settle in. But again, it doesn't sound like you have a lot of opportunity for perimeter screening on your property because of the proximity to the property line. So I'm very concerned about that. I think this needs to have some screening. So I think, again, my concerns parallel the rest of the board, and I would definitely want to have a site visit to confirm that a 2-story structure in that location is appropriate.
Are we in the coastal zone?
Yes, this property is within the coastal zone.
Again, please, yes or no, coastal? Zone?
Yes, it is in the coastal zone.
So 5 feet between structures, not 10.
That is correct.
Okay. As you might have guessed from my questions, I am not enthusiastic about this project. And I think it requires a complete rethink to get my vote. I think if you pay attention to my question, you'll have a pretty good idea what my ideas are. I think it's Bill and others on the board think that it is a tweak. For my vote, I think it's a complete rethink. Thank you. We will see you back here again for concepts. Is that correct, everybody at the full board?
Yes.
Everybody okay with that? Jason, back for concept to the full board, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 3, Tip is out on this item. Okay, so we have.
Bring me back a coffee.
Okay, so we have some comments from the board last time. Concerns regarding 2nd story height of structure and visibility. Consider reducing plate height of lower level. Concerns regarding ability to screen the upper level of the structure from the adjacent street, Hot Springs, and the neighboring properties. Concerns regarding reflectivity and lantern effect. I think I can add to that reflectivity during the day and lantern effect at night. I think it's probably helped clarify that. Restudy design, its sensitivity to the site and the compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Consider utilizing extended roof overhangs or other features to reduce visibility, reflectivity, and soften the structure. Proposed planting will not reach the heights necessary to provide the desired screening or reduce lighting spillover. Provide documentation that supports assertion that landscaping can reduce the visibility and reflectivity. So you are going to present here.
Yes.
Excellent. Please introduce yourself. And the floor is yours.
Okay, great. My name is Drew Shear, architect for the owner. I guess I'll start by saying that we've reduced the scope of work. So we've removed the detached ADU and underground garage that we proposed in the previous meeting. And we've moved the mechanical space from the front yard to the rear yard.
Drew, we are on the mic. Can you
Yes. Oh,
speak
sorry.
right into it, please? Do not be shy.
Okay, do you want me to start over or just?
No,
Okay.
that's fine. Just keep going.
Okay, I was gonna ask while he was talking, somebody could point to where he's talking.
Yes,
about.
I'll direct the sheets. So if we could go to page 6, the site plan is probably a good place to start, as any. So primarily based on the previous comments, we've shifted the entire structure 7 feet away from Hot Springs Road, so it's more centered in the site. And also allows for greater vegetation and screening along Hot Springs Road, so we have more room there for a buffer between the two. We're proposing mature trees and additional vegetative screening to be planted within that buffer between Hot Springs Road and the eastern side of the residence. If you could go to page 4, there's some existing photography, site photography just for reference that I'd like to highlight. So the upper left is if you were standing in the building looking south. The lower right is along Hot Springs Road. So those are the existing oak trees and the oak grove that exists down at the southern half of the site, and the lower right or the lower left image, as well as if you were looking from Riven Rock Road up through the site. And so the house would be located on the opposite side of those the oak trees. And then the upper right is along the western side of the property of the neighbor's home. You can see there on the left. So if we could go back to the site plan on page 6. So like I said, we've moved the building away from the road. We've reduced the size of the pool. If you remember, there was sort of a large, almost piano-shaped pool south of the house. We've reduced the size of it. And if you could go to page 7, the revised renderings. So you'll see that we've actually lowered the plate height of the first floor by about 1 foot. We've also lowered the plate height of the second floor by 1 foot as well. So the overall height of the building has been reduced by about 2 feet, which therefore would also reduce the amount of glazing. We've removed interior square footage at the southeast corner of the building there. If you can go to the next rendering on sheet 8, you'll see. So we've sort of taken a bite out of that corner of the building, which was previously all glass. So now it's an outdoor patio space. We've added additional privacy screening panels there, those metal panels that you see. We've added sunshades that you see there along the upper story. So along the southeast corner, the southwest corner and southern facade, and then also along the northern facade. If you could go to page 11, the site plan will show you where we've added. We've also added second story outdoor decks. One to help connect you with the views south to the ocean along the southern portion there, and then along the northern facade, we've added an additional exterior deck to connect you with a lot of the existing vegetation there in the rear yard. And then it also provides some shading on the first floor. And we can go back to page 8 with the rendering. Actually, the page before that is probably better. So you'll see the sunshades along the southern facade there at the roof level, along the west and the east. And then there's an additional sunshade along the northern facade as well. And the guardrails will be steel cable rails to match the aesthetic of the building. We've added additional privacy panels along the southern facade. So the double height space that's in the center there, that's actually, we're proposing a mature oak tree there in the center to help break up the massing of the facade. But there's actually additional privacy screening behind that on the architecture. We've also added a couple of privacy panels along the southern facade on the eastern side as well. And I do want to mention that I think it was brought up before that this was sort of a tilt-up prefabricated home. This is actually a custom one-off home. So this won't be there. They do have a kit of parts they use with their other company, but this is a kind of a one-off custom framed building. And with that, I will hand it over to and just to point out, so I brought the previous rendering just to make a point of it. I don't know if we can do this. So this was
Into the mic, please.
This was the previous proposal. I'll just hold it up above, put it below. So just to give you a quick idea, because we didn't show it
Oh,
in the
great.
PDF. So above is previous, below is what we're showing now, and this is the southeast corner. So this is the most prominent that we discussed the most along Hot Springs Road. So we're ready if the adjustments we made. Roderick, our landscape architect.
Drew, before you hand it over.
Yes.
just- Are you going to discuss the screening along Hot Springs or?
I will
okay,
let our landscape architect
Excellent.
do that. Yeah,
Very good. Thank you.
I'll let the experts speak to that.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's my big thing.
Including the fencing is what I was,
Yes.
Okay.
So I should mention that.
into the mic, please.
So yes, previously we were proposing an 8-foot fence. We've lowered it to a 6-foot fence. And that fence will also be screened with vegetation on both sides for the full perimeter.
And
of
what
the-
sheet
the
is that
property.
on, please?
That is on the site plan. So if you go to page,
No, the elevation of it. I think it's at the end of the set.
oh, yeah, so there are details. I'm not sure which page that's on. Yes.
Right there.
So they're similar to the privacy panels on the exterior of the building. So it's a weathering steel. Because we didn't want to use anything that would remain black or stand out too much. But this will also be screened on both sides around the perimeter of the site. So you'll have, on the public side, we'll have vegetation of a certain kind, and then on the inside, we'll have larger vegetation, mature trees and some other species. So, but I'll let Roderick speak to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And please introduce yourself, please.
My name is Roderick Wiley and I'm the landscape architect for the project. Hoping to start with the site plan, the bigger site plan. I think probably everyone has been to the site or is familiar with the site. There we go.
So
so-
David, can you know where we are, Robert? Corner. Okay, so you know the site. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So to me, it's an inspiring site. As you can see, we're mostly today going to be talking about the screening for the proposed house, but the lower portion of the site is an oak savanna, and that's something that we hope to celebrate in the landscape design, meaning not touch or ruin the kind of beautiful existing sort of native character of the site, but all closer to the house is a kind of grove of eucalyptus. So which in some ways give the site character, but also I think are a little bit in the way of creating screening. So if we go to the next slide, this is what you're seeing here. The black dots are the existing eucalyptus, and the green circles are the proposed planting. So let's go to the next slide. And what you're seeing, I hope you can see it, there are red X's where we are proposing the kind of strategic removal of various eucalyptus trees to allow us to plant in the zone, which is previously unplantable because of the, extensive root structures of these blue gums. So, but we are not removing all of the eucalyptus. I think we like the idea that there's a kind of layering of what was there, but that we can achieve the sort of screening that we need at the same time with our new planting proposal. We're proposing a kind of a layering of native trees such as Quercus agrifolia, which we know as live oaks, other shrubs such as Garrya elliptica, and I have a bigger kind of plant list at the end of this proposal. And then shrubs and perennials, grasses, Mollinger-Berger, Rigens, and so forth. So there's a kind of stepped layering from the street, and that planting kind of continues all along each side of the house. So there's a kind of continuity, and the idea is that it brings the character of this oak savanna that's further down on the site all as kind of one larger kind of landscape. So if we go to the next slide, this is a section of what I just described. You're seeing kind of in the center of the section, a larger specimen of tree. We specified fairly large trees. So if this is a Quercus agrifolia, as I mentioned, if we remove strategically some of these eucalyptus, we then can ensure that we can dig big enough holes amend the soil so that the trees can thrive, and then actually begin to screen the house on day one. As you can see in the background, there are some of these larger existing eucalyptus maintained on site as a kind of part of the character of the site. And then you can see just towards Hot Springs Road and behind those larger trees are evergreen shrubs such as Garrya elliptica and heteromeles. And then you can see the 6-foot tall fence that we're showing there as well, set back from the road. And then let's go to the next slide. I won't go into every single detail because it's essentially the same strategy from all around the house with this kind of layering of planting. But obviously Hot Springs Road is the most important moment to make sure that we allow for screening for both the neighborhood and for the client as well. And let's keep going. But just wanted to kind of describe the condition in each one of these kind of areas there. And then the last couple of sheets are really a plant list. You can see the Quercus agrifolia in the bottom left-hand corner, evergreen oak. And then if we keep going, just give you a sense of a couple of the scale of that, what I'm describing, the Garrya and the Toyon and the Fremontodendron. And then finally, other shrubs such as Ceanothus. Not all of these are native. They're what I would characterize as Mediterranean adaptive. So some of them are in fact native and native where we can, but they all are low water use, promoting habitat, etc. And then finally, the last sheet is smaller perennials that bring seasonal color, smaller kind of focus to the landscape. All the plants would need to be installed at a somewhat larger scale. In other words, the 4-inch containers are probably not really going to thrive in that condition. So we want to make sure that we install them at a fairly mature level. I mean, these are perennials, so they're not going to be huge, but at least like a 1 to 5 gallons so that they can survive.
And are you done, please?
Yes.
I know this is an extremely odd request. Could you go to item number 6? Please. PDF page 10, please, on the, not that one, the other one. PDF 10. We have 2 items on the agenda where there may be issues of the lantern effect. I want to make sure that this board is fair to this applicant and the other applicant, and that we deal with each of them fairly. And I wanted to point out, there's another elevation. It's either just above or just below this, just above, next one, right there, where there's large areas of glass, just like you have. Okay, so that's, we have another item coming up. Okay, so questions, Dave. Thank you very much, David.
Starting with the architecture, could we look at the east and north elevations and explain what is glass and what are the screened areas? Sure. Actually, if we go to sheet A3, PDF 14, page 14.
Yeah, there's an elevation, black and white. So the bottom elevation is your southern elevation. So moving sort of left to right, at the far left end. There we go. So you see the outdoor deck there along the southwest corner that wraps around to the west side of the building. The sunshade up above that also wraps around the corner to provide screening for the glass, as well as provide protection for the deck. In the center there, we have double height glass, but we've added screening there at the upper portion. So the upper sort of 3/4 of that glass will have the perforated panels in the center there. And then at the far end, we've added another perforated panel. So you kind of have a rhythm of 4-3-1 there that moves along the facade. And then at the far corners where we've removed interior space in the building to create a patio space at that corner with the sunshade also that wraps from the double height space all the way around to provide coverage for the patio on the southwest corner as well.
And
the north, so the north
the
elevation
Mosca.
above, those privacy panels kind of wrap around the corner there that you see on the left side. And then along the northern side there, you have an outdoor deck again with sunscreen up above.
And then the east.
The east, right, so the far side there in the east, you have about 3/4 of that corner is covered with privacy panels. Those kind of turn the corner as well to the west side, which is the elevation on the left there. You see the outdoor decks cantilevered off the building with the sunscreens up above. And then the side that faces, the eastern side that faces Hot Springs Road there in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see we've added additional privacy screening. There's the outdoor patio there, and then the decks that are kind of in the further distance with the overhangs.
In those perforated panels, how much light do they allow through, or how?
So they're about 15% opacity. So there's about a 3/4 inch hole every 2.5 inches or so.
Okay.
So it's enough to allow diffuse daylight into the space. So you do have some diffuse light coming through. It's kind of the idea. So there's an art studio up there. There's other spaces where low light is acceptable.
And then regarding the landscape plan, those sections you're showing with the trees screening the building, how long will it take for the landscape you're planting to get to that point?
So in this document, we've called out the size of the trees and there's a variation, but this should be day one. So we're calling out 60-inch box trees. So 60-inch box of a Quercus agrifolia is approximately, 10 feet tall. Depends on what you find in the nursery. But the idea is that we're not waiting for years at all. And in fact, the smaller shrubs, the Garia elliptica, for example, will get even taller than what we're showing there. But I'm imagining that's day one also. So that's a 15-gallon to 24-inch box to really make sure that screening happens day one.
Okay. But to clarify, you're labeling this tree 10 to 25 feet. Is this showing 10 feet or 25 feet?
That is showing probably somewhere like 15 feet, something like that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Claire, questions?
Can we go back to the, just above here, go up on the landscape, oh, here, okay. So from what I understand, you're leaving the eucalyptus trees along Hot Springs Road. And then the trees that you're introducing are going to be the Quercus and several other things. But so we're in questions, right?
Yes,
Okay,
questions.
I'm trying to stay in and not make any comments here. Yeah, and so are you I'm actually in the landscape world, so that's why I'm doing this.
Okay.
But there are eucalyptus trees in my world are kind of one of the things that we call in that world are skyline trees. They're very tall and thin and stuff. The trees that you're proposing are the oaks. Are you proposing anywhere along that corridor taller trees than what you're proposing around the house?
No, but along Hot Springs Road,
Yes.
if you see, so it's a little, I apologize,
No,
the
it's
notes
fine.
are a little bit small, but there are several eucalyptus that are actually being removed.
I got that. I see
Okay,
that.
sorry. And so they're
No,
set.
I actually see that.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
What I'm trying to work, no, never mind, that's comments, okay.
No.
That was my that was
Okay,
a question,
okay.
then I have other questions.
Okay.
I'm just following directions here. So what's majorly changed is the height of the fence. In the proposals before, it was an 8-foot white plaster fence. It was 8 feet, okay.
Yes.
So now we're going to a 5-foot, a 6-foot fence, and it's gonna be wooden. Or something.
Steel.
It's steel.
So it's intended to be kind of an earthy steel element.
Right, it sort of weathers.
What's the material of the fence then?
Steel.
Resting steel.
Oh, it's steel.
Rusted steel. It rusts.
Okay, I'm glad I asked because I didn't get that from the presentation. Okay, so it's a rusted steel, but it's still in pieces,
They're horizontal.
in slats, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and
That
it's
is
at
a
6 feet.
Yep.
Okay. And it will be wind, I mean, it will be, the eucalyptus kind of will be on both sides of it.
Plantings.
Yes.
Yes, no, well, I drive by this site almost every day, so.
But no, but that's exactly the idea, is that it's kind of sandwiched in between all this planting.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Trees, eucalyptus, covering walls, no, that's all I had for right now, Cliff.
Questions, Bill?
Did you move the driveway? Was it originally further into the middle of the site and you tucked it to the side there?
No,
Was it always there?
we've started to address some of the landscaping, but we really haven't adjusted it too much. It meanders a little further into the site.
Go to the site plan.
Because when we removed the ADU, detached ADU and garage south of the main house, that freed up some space where it can meander a little more as it approaches the home, so you don't have a straight shot as you come up the slope of the site.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
So the landscape plan does a much better job of describing what I just expressed.
Is there a reason the perimeter fence there on Hot Springs is a straight line? Could it undulate? Are you trying to avoid trees? Are you? We know
It
it's
is
gonna be
so,
height
yeah, so
differences.
we walked the site to try to find the path of least resistance because there's a lot of existing oak trees there that we didn't want to disturb. And so it kind of, ironically,
But it
it almost
may-
creates a straight line if you try to, instead of having it do much more severe kind of serpentine through the trees, this kind of gives it the straightest.
Well, I'm not even saying necessarily serpentine. I mean, maybe even staggering it. Is there a reason why you couldn't do that too?
No, there isn't.
Yeah, for lengths, whatever.
Right.
And then what are the plate heights? You said you lowered them about 2 or 3 feet total.
So
So what do you have lower floor? What's your upper floor?
Right, so previously our first, Lord, keep going, there we go. So previously, our first floor plate height was 12.6, so we've taken that down to 10.8, and then upper floor was 10'2", and we've taken that down to 9'4".
And you still have like a 2-foot space there for structure.
That's the structure, yeah, it's the steel structure. Yeah.
And I know we all throw this word out there, but is there really a non-reflective glass? I don't know if you guys are proposing.
You can specify it, yeah, and we will.
All right,
Yes.
all right, that's all.
Lighter questions.
How many of the utes are you planning on taking out along the hot springs?
I haven't done counts. I don't know if you have, Roderick.
I haven't done. Well,
There's maybe 10 to 12 of varying sizes if you count them. I haven't.
okay, that's fine. When we met.
Mhm.
12. When we met last time, there was, and this is just a point of information, there was a lot of discussion about, given the toxicity of undergrowth and so on, these plants that you're suggesting for layering and filling, are they compatible with
Well,
ukes?
I think that's why we need to remove them in kind of bigger batches so that we can actually do a process of soil amendment, because they don't want to be directly underneath them. So you can kind of see in, let's say, directly right from the house, there's a batch of the eucalyptus that are going away. That will allow us to actually dig, the proper size to install a tree and do the soil amendment needed. If we didn't do that, the answer is no. But what we're proposing, yes, the answer is yes. They can live beside, obviously, the oak kind of savanna or oaks that are there kind of live near those eucalyptus, but we definitely need to remove some to make the plant material thrive.
And this whole scheme you're thinking of, it pretty much wraps around the building envelope?
Correct.
Or the site?
Yeah, and probably less focused on, I mean, of course, privacy, I think, is really important all the way around, but The real focus is Hot Springs Road, and that's also where the eucalyptus are. So it's a little easier to achieve that it's about continuity of the landscape approach.
Is this a complete landscape plan, all the circular symbols, so that we can see? Are you going to be doing any planting in the savanna that you spoke of?
We'll probably a little bit, yes, but not lawn or not, probably little moments, little kind of informal destinations, a little bit of cleanup. And yeah.
And are you thinking of doing any paths through the
Yes.
property?
Yes.
Will we be seeing, I guess bottom line, will we be seeing more detailed? Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, thank you
Yep.
very much.
Yep.
Questions, Robert?
Regarding the visibility and the trees, is there a way to tell which of the oaks are existing and which are new on that plan?
Yeah. So the black dots are existing and the green are proposed. So the green circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the eucalyptus, I know they've coexisted with the oaks on that property. I know the property well for decades, but I could see wanting to remove some. Getting to the fence, did you do that to only have like post hole footing?
Yes.
And not disturb
Correct.
oak
The
zones?
roots. Exactly.
And it architecturally is intended to tie with the house too.
Yeah, but I would also say it's intended to recede, so it's not a, bright white wall or a stainless steel material. It's something that has a kind of earthen quality to it.
It looked like there was a space underneath. Would that really be the case? If you looked at the fence elevation.
Right, so it is a sort of a modular system, so it can step down the site. So we could either basically allow that to go all the way to grade. So you would essentially bury maybe the bottom half of one of the panels and then they go all the way down. So you could prevent, rodents or small mammals from getting onto the site. But essentially we want that to be as light in the land as we can be, especially where it starts to weave its way into the oak trees.
And the glass of the house, can you bring us more information, samples? I mean, does it get darker in the day and lighter at night? I mean, how does it work exactly? Or is it the opposite? You would think polarizing is darker when it's light out, and it lightens up when it's dark out, which isn't necessarily what we want. So I'm curious what the proposal is for that.
Well, part of it, and I believe this comment was brought up in the previous meeting, was being able to achieve Title 24 compliance as well. And because of the amount of glass and being able to have everything meet the energy code, it will be a darker glass just by nature. So we'll have a more, it'll have a darker tone to a darker look. So the light transfusion from in to out and out to in will be less because of that, because it has to deal with the high restraint of what we're doing. If that makes any sense.
No more questions.
I want to explore the fundamental qualities of the design, if I may. Are there significantly better or views of both the ocean and the mountains from the second story, or could those be achieved from the first story, please?
No, so at the first floor, your only real views are from that podium where you're on the first floor there. If you look south, you don't have a view of the ocean. You're basically surrounded by the oak trees. If you look up toward the mountains, you can kind of see here, I know it's a rendering, but you are looking through those trees. This is a photograph taken from the site, up into the mountains. And so your only real view of the mountain is that as you approach the home along the driveway, where you're back far enough, you can kind of see over those trees. But as you're up into the home, those trees are now so close in proximity that you don't have a direct view of the mountains. And so when you get up onto that second floor, that's when you're up, kind of up over those treetops looking south, so you have an ocean view that direction. And then at the back of the home, you're kind of up over some of the trees where you do have clearings where you can see the mountains from the north face of the building.
But isn't the landscaping on the north side that you're proposing going to eliminate that view to the north in 5 years, 10 years? By, in order.
Well, right, so from the northern perspective, the mountains are up high enough on your view line that even if those trees were to come up to the height of the building, you're kind of looking over those as well.
Well, he shows that they're over the building already, or at least over the first floor already.
Right.
So how high do you expect those trees to get, let's say in 10 to 12, 15 years? On the north side? Above the house finished floor, the lower?
Just
or above, because you're gaining
right
altitude. So is it 20 feet from up here or 20 feet from down here, please?
Ideally, it would be 20 feet from grade. So you have full screening of the house, even though from the neighbor's point of view at the north, you really only are looking at a single story home because it's settled down into the site. So it wouldn't necessarily need to be so tall on the northern face.
Okay, so can we look at the second floor plan, please? Second floor, yeah. That's first floor, right?
No, you passed it actually.
Yeah, up higher.
Oh, down. Yeah.
That's the second floor plan.
Yes.
So you're not taking advantage of the views from the primary living space, which is on the first floor? You don't have them until you get to the second floor?
You really can't, you don't have any views from the first floor just by nature of the existing screening on the site of the existing vegetation. You're always looking through the oaks or the eucalyptus.
From the primary living spaces,
Yes.
not the bedroom spaces.
Correct.
Have you considered an L-shaped building as opposed to a I-shaped building that would help break up that second story mass and put some of this massive where you had the ADU being more intimate with the pool and therefore get that second story, which in my mind is the offender for the light, get that pulled back farther from Sycamore Canyon. The question is, have you considered?
We did a loose version of that way back in the beginning, but we thought that this orientation actually limits the amount of exposure to the neighbor to the west. So the western facade here is more limited in that sense. If we wrap it around the pool, then you're adding more glass essentially along that western facade that
On
looks
the
at
first
neighbor to the
floor,
west.
but you drop it. So it's not a young child, mom and dad on the same floor. It's an older child, mom and dad up here, kids down below, or vice versa.
I see.
Have you considered that, please?
No, we have not.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's the end of questions. Okay.
Yes. We intended to go around the entire property. Now, that may not be necessary, but at the very least, it goes east, north, and west along, so it creates sort of the horseshoe around the building. Yes. It could be, yeah.
Okay, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3? 700 Riven Rock Road, please.
If you're attending via Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to be called for this item. Not seeing any hands.
Very good. Thank you very much, David. Okay, comments, back to same order. Dave.
Yeah, well, starting with the architecture, I appreciate that you've listened to us. I do think having the overhangs and the decks and the perforated screening and carving out that section as an outdoor are taking the project in a better direction than the first round. It's softer, there's more shade and light and pattern. I think it would help greatly with reflection of the sun glare on the glass. So and also lowering the plate heights is significant. I think that really helps too. So I think that's all going in a very good direction. My main concerns, besides those architectural concerns, is the visibility from the street and from the neighbor to the north. From what I understand in your presentation, if this landscape screening is successful, you will be screening the visibility of the house from the street and from the neighbor. And that's especially important now that you've added, or I don't know if that second floor deck on the north side was there before, but
No.
yeah, so that's a privacy concern as well. So I like where the project's headed. I think also removing the ADU, it's just, it's feels better size scale wise what you've done. But I do want to have the landscape architects on the board assess the landscaping, because if this landscaping can't do what you're saying it's going to do from day one, then I still have very significant concerns about the impact of the project. But if that's going to work, then I think it's going in a good direction.
Clear comments.
Okay, so I really appreciate the landscape plan, and I appreciate the fact that you've respected what we're calling the Oak Savannah. You know, I think having this size lot and then have the natural environment take over the house, you know, is, for me, happens to be what I actually like. I mean, being a landscape architect, but I also appreciate that the architecture of the building. I really love what you do with this building, and I appreciate the comments that have been made about that. But let's go back. I think that you need to be looking for some species of skyline trees. That's what's missing for me. I don't think your oaks closer back to the house and surrounding that's not gonna do it when it comes to screening this house. You know, there's those the oaks, you know, well, I don't know, within 10 years, they're pretty tall. I mean, I've got my house is surrounded by oaks that started 10 years ago, and I'm amazed at how fast they grow. So I get that part of it, but I still think there seems to be, there's something to interrupt the eucalyptus, you know, which take over that entire neighborhood. I mean, even your neighbor on the private road on the north side got eucalyptus. I mean, it's just kind of, that's what's happened over time. But I just would like you to look to see if there is another skyline tree that you could mix in with the eucalyptus, so that building really was screened from hot springs. You know, because the fence isn't going to do it. And the oaks are going to take a while. So it's still going to be very visible for the drivers driving up Hot Spring. You know, it's up there, you know, could have, you know, and let's see what I had another. Oh, in the, David, go to the picture of the house. You just had it up there of the, right. No, that one right there. Okay, here's a question I have about the landscaping, or this photograph, or whatever rendering we call this. This project, as I recall, didn't have a whole lot of rocks on.
It's sitting on, so when we did our soils investigation, there is a lot of sandstone and rock in the site. And so in our early conversations, conceptually, we wanted to, when we inevitably have to excavate for the foundation, to use some of that and reintroduce it to the site instead of just hauling it off. So we would maintain.
So in other words, this rendering here, the site right now doesn't have any rocks.
No.
They're buried. Okay,
Correct, yes.
so I, for me as a landscape person, I really would like, you know, the landscape architect to actually take those rocks, and because it kind of draws the house out into the savanna, into the oak, you know, and the fact that this I saw it and I went, oh man, this is what this whole thing needs. This is what this landscape needs, is some nice big rocks. You know, so that's, those are my comments.
Bill, comments?
Yeah, I want to start off by saying I appreciate the efforts you've made and changes you've made. I like the direction, as Dave mentioned, and in terms of the architecture and the overhangs. The upper balcony, maybe that west side is a little larger than it needs to be, although it does provide the screen with lower glass in the afternoon sun. So there may be some advantages and disadvantages, but yeah, I think I like the direction. I like the overhang a lot better than the previous plan, and I think I could support the architecture there. As it stands, you know, normally you see these out in the meadow and it's 5 acres surrounded by nothing but land that you own. So that's why we're all concerned about the night sky lighting and lighting up the neighborhood. So I'm going to refer to Claire's comments about the east property line and creating that layering understory, the fence, which won't provide a lot. And then the trees as they cascade to larger sizes. And I would suggest, as well, as I was kind of alluding to, is instead of just a winding metal fence that looks very industrial, that I would stagger it and plant around it, and maybe some areas are grow, you know, vines climbing on it or something. So this gives a variety there. I like the comment about rocks as well placed on the side. I think that's a good one. I appreciate the plate height movement as well. And if there's an unreflective glass, maybe, you know, getting some information on that next time would be great. Okay. Other than that, I'm heading, you're heading in the right direction.
Comments, Elida?
I love the architecture of this building. It's so 2023, it's young, it's fresh. There's not that much contemporary in Santa Barbara. I think this will be an asset. And I do want to echo Claire's thoughts about, it seems to me to take out ukes that are giving you that tall screening and trying to find other trees that are going to give you the tall screening. I'm going, well, what's the point of taking out the eucalyptus if you're going to try to find something that's going to do what the eucalyptus did? They're not poison, they're beautiful. Actually, some of my favorite trees. So maybe just revisit that thought along that east side. But I do like the idea of the continuity of the surround with, I'm sure, because you sound really talented, it's not going to be paper cut all the same thing around. It'll have some other interest in it. I've loved this project from the day we saw the site visit. This is going to be a good project.
Thank you.
Comments, Robert?
Regarding the site, I agree with Bill, the fence, if you could leave them straight, leave them parallel. But yeah, in and out a little bit, I think would help. And you probably have the opportunity based on where the trees are. The only other tree, this one right here in front of the house, seeing as there is no ocean view, and we are kind of worried about this lighting or lantern effect, it looks awfully lonely having just the one tree to me. And that's just a personal opinion maybe, but a grouping maybe in my mind would be even better. The architecture I really like. The roof overhang's a huge improvement. It's not boxy anymore. It's just clean, you know, modern and pure design that I think would be an asset to Montecito.
I also think the building has come a long way. I think it's much better than it was before. I think many of the issues have been addressed. I misunderstood. I just assumed that the living spaces were on the second floor. And that's where I put them. And so if you get a view of the mountains and you get a view of the ocean, why the heck are you putting the bedrooms up there?
There,
So,
and I can't speak, but
so
yeah.
if the living spaces, which is where the lantern effect's gonna be, I mean, people are gonna go upstairs, there will be occasional parties, but you know, occasional is occasional. It's not every day. And that significantly reduces my concerns about visual impact from this project as light comes out of the building and goes down and hits a very rough surface called lawn or rock or something. It's going to scatter and it's not going to be spectral, which is what the problem is that we would want to avoid, or direct line of sight. So that in and of itself is a tremendous help. I was very serious about hoping that you would explore an L-shaped design. All the time that I work with clients, they always say, we want the master bedroom on the first floor because we're not getting any younger. And my knees and things like that, I keep hearing it. So that would enable that second story on the east side, if you did it, to pull back towards the west and would cause even more variety in the building. Now it takes on a different architectural character, but you did show us a project, I believe it was in Arizona, that had significant amounts of ins and outs and things which this building does not have. It's much better than it was, but it still doesn't have that great texture in the architecture itself. And so I don't know if you want to explore it, maybe it's too late, but I would think that it would be a net positive to the community to do that. And I'd at least ask that you give it serious consideration. So members of the board, what do we want to do? Are we ready to move this on to preliminary? Do we need one more round of concept? What's up, please? Okay, so let's move it up to preliminary. If you could do some studies for me, that'd be great. If not, I may be a lone voice out here. And there is no motion because we're still on concept. So thank you very much for coming. Tip recused himself because this is his project. That should get clearly recorded in the minutes. Okay, item number. Item number 4. 465 Drew, can you turn off that light? I don't know. Is that it? Okay, so look. Okay,
If you have the hearing background in the, you need to turn off the stream. Your microphone. I'll turn off the microphone for you.
Okay. Paul, can you try?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. Item number 4. 465 Road.
Yes, this is. Go ahead.
Let me start. Try again. If you're attending your remote and you're also listening to the stream, turn off the stream. And please do it now.
I'm not sure if that comment was for me.
Possibly.
Oh, this is Paul Ashley. I'm on the screen. I'm unmuted.
Do you have the stream? Are you listening to the stream in the background?
I'm sorry, you need to say that again. It's very hard to hear you. Hello?
That's the point.
Hello?
Okay, Paul.
Hello?
Hello? This is Paul, waiting for information. Anybody?
Paul, let's give it a try.
Okay, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know who's managing these documents, but could we open the photographs first? Photos, 465 Hot Springs. There we go. And is there any way to get a little larger on that? Yeah, just a little bit. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go through these photos first. I want to apologize from the outset and ask for your patience. This house is almost 14,000 square feet, and it's a lot of different wings and additions and a lot going on it, but I'll try to be as efficient as I can while I'm going through it. The main house was constructed in about 1908, and that is the structure that's around that courtyard there on the lower part of the photograph. There's a colonnade on the two sides of the courtyard, and then on the up above the courtyard is the main house that was the original building. In 1928, a two-story wing was built to the left of the courtyard, and then in the 70s, a lot more of this structure was built. There's a wing on the south with that round turret that was built in 1978, and in about 1979, the gable roof on the top of that photo and the pyramid shape to the right of it were built. That's the kitchen and the banquet hall. Let's keep going through the photos. We're going to start at the front of the building. We're going to go counterclockwise around the building. So there's that original colonnade with the arch and the hip roof above it. The building beyond it is the original two-story residence. The wing to the left is the 1928 addition. The garage on the right is believed that the two-car garage was from the original construction, and then the garage adjacent rooms to the right of that were added sometime later. Let's continue scrolling around. Another side view of that colonnade. You can look through to the courtyard. And one more photo, please. I'm going to go ahead and talk about the revisions as we're looking at the photos because it's easier to describe it if you're seeing that in real life. If you look in the middle of that photo, there are these two bay windows. One is for a laundry room, one is for a pantry. And yes, that is a complete architectural mess there. We're planning on removing those boxes, and our architectural scheme is to take that colonnade on the left and continue it with 3 more arches all the way to the existing building. We believe that the original colonnade was probably in that condition, and it was removed to build those small building additions. So I think we're restoring the original shape of that colonnade. You see the existing 2 cars of the 2-car garage there, and then keep going around with the photos. We're going to turn this into a 3-car garage by adding a 3rd bay and a 3rd garage door. Those 2 windows at the end wall of the garage, one is for a little den office and the other is for a garden shed. That floor and walls will be removed. The roof will be retained. We're going to pour a new slab to create the 3rd car of the garage. Continuing around. It's the back of the garage. There's the door to that garden shed, which is going away, and that'll become a 3-car garage. You can see the shape behind those hedges of that pyramidal space. That is a new kitchen. That entire structure is coming down. We're taking it away and building a new kitchen. Keep going. Now here we are in the courtyard, the patio between that existing kitchen and the banquet hall to the right. As I said before, that kitchen is coming down. You can see a bunch of doors and windows to the right of it. That's a water heater space. There's a bathroom, there's a closet. All that is coming down. The structure is going back to the wall, the 2nd floor wall above. We're going back to the original building. One more photo down, please. Now, this is what they called the banquet hall when it was built in the 70s. We're turning it into a family room. And that tile patio in the foreground is where the new kitchen will be. The kitchen and the family room will be right adjacent to each other, access back and forth. That 3rd floor loft bedroom on the top and has a box down below with no windows, that is a bathroom for the bedroom above. That entire structure is going away. We're taking all that down. Keep going, please. This is an end view of that long gable shape, which was the banquet hall, will become the family room. We're removing that raised brick terrace, and we're also removing the end wall that you see. This banquet hall is enormous. It's too long. We're taking the last bay of that room and we're turning it into a covered outdoor porch. Everything you see there on that facade, the round window, the French doors, the windows will be going away. We're going to put in some wood beams and keep the roof, existing roof, and the roof struts. Next photo, please. Side view of that banquet room, and to the right is the living room structure. And you also see that third story bedroom with the bathroom below it, all that going away. Go one more over, please, so we can see the facade, the side of that space. So there's a line of casement windows with arched half-round windows above. All those casement windows will be coming out, and we'll be putting in pairs of French doors all along the facade. We're taking that entire garden area and we're raising it up so that the ground is level with those French doors and the French doors of the living room. So we have an outdoor raised terrace, and both those spaces will walk out to it. Next photo. Side view and back view and side view of the living room. Not changing any of those architectural proportions. We are changing out the French doors with different mullion pattern, but we're keeping the leaded glass windows in the bay that you see. Next photo. There is a two-story bridge between the original structure and then the 1978 addition. And this is that bridge. Those bay windows on the second floor are going away. And then the windows on the first floor will be reconfigured for a more pleasing architectural arrangement with the second floor windows. Scroll down. This is the backyard view of that 1978-79 edition. Ostensibly, this was a grand library space on the first floor, and the second floor was a master bedroom suite. We will be keeping that architectural configuration, but the 4 sets of casement windows you see in those arched openings will become French doors with railings in front of them. Keep scrolling over. Another view of that back with the 4 arches, which will have the French doors. On the right, the casement windows that are on the far right there on the first floor will come out. We'll have a smaller set of casement windows on top that match the small casement windows in the colonnade, and then a set of French doors below them. Keep scrolling. Partial backyard view and side view. All those casement windows you see on the end wall on the first floor, those will be in the new master bathroom. The upper windows will all become shorter casement windows, and then the lower casement windows will become French doors that open up around the bathroom. Next view, just a straight on view of the end wall. Keep going, please. Now we're coming around to the front of that wing, and the arcade that you see there, we're removing all those windows and the exterior wall behind the columns. We're keeping the colonnade and the arches, and we're building a new interior wall 5 feet back. So under that arcade will become a covered terrace area. On the lower level will be all French doors, and those existing casement windows and the half-round arch windows are moved back to the new interior wall. Next photo, please. This is the south wing front yard view. We're putting another balcony in between the 2 existing ones, symmetrical to the facade, so that we have 3 new bedrooms upstairs, and they're all going to have an exterior balcony. Keep scrolling. I apologize for this view. There's a very tight courtyard space between the old wing and the new wings of the building. It's impossible to photograph. On the left, there's a non-permitted water heater closet, which is going away, and then 2 stories of bedroom wings that are going away as well. We're also taking out the tall round tower. Then on the far background there, those are the windows to the bridge. We're putting a new stair in that bridge from first floor to second floor. Scroll down, going into the courtyard now. Yeah, this is a view of that existing colonnade, which we're retaining. Keep scrolling. Now we're inside the courtyard. The large door in the background there with the arch window over it, we believe that was the original entry to the building. In the renovation of 2013, the floor plan was reconfigured, and that French door on the right was the new entry. We're switching all that back, so the main entry is in that corner box that's right there. We're going to be putting in new French doors along the ground floor there. Also, you see there's a curved shape that's just to the right of that existing front main entry door. which we're removing entirely because it's awkward architecture. There's no other way to put it. Scroll down, please. Here we go. Now we're looking at what they were using as the main entry, which will now become the dining room. That'll be a series of French doors. The box to the right with the double casement windows and the arch windows above, that entire thing is going away, and the exterior wall is pushing back to be in line with the dining room wall. So the entire second floor terrace there is cantilevered out in the same fashion. The stucco that you see all the way to the right, that's that crappy laundry room pantry area, which is coming out so we can put in the new arcade. And is there, I think that's it for the photos.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. Now, if you want to jump onto the plans, I'll try to go as quickly as possible with them.
Zoran, while we're on this, can we look at the FAR?
Yes, please. And that's in the upper right corner there. And let's look at the overall site plan as well. To blow that up.
I note that we're over 110, but could you look at the line summations, David, please?
Just
The summation up table.
No. No. So while we're talking,
Paul,
the issue is Paul has to mute himself while
Yeah.
you're talking. So we have to go back and forth on this. So I'm just
Yes.
want to make that clear.
okay. So just the summation of the top section of it. He's over FAR, but please note he's actually
Removing square foot.
he's actually removing square footage. So
So it's up, but lower than it was.
yes, exactly. So I just want to make sure. Well, because David's computer is slow, that's why. Okay, does everybody understand that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
it's 116. He also left the guest house off, but it is the building is a net reduction in square footage. Okay, Paul, back to you. I'm going to turn off my mic.
Okay, so I'm back now, yes? Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I was muted. I'd like to look at the site plan. So just go down a little bit and to the left. Talk about the conceptual arrangement of this. Here we go. I realize that the site survey shows the existing conditions, and this does not show demo and proposed. This just shows proposed. But we are revising the entry drive right there from where it starts to curve, where I say revised entry drive, and putting a fire truck turnaround right in front of the courtyard. So it's symmetrical to the architecture of the building. We're also planning a guest parking area just above that and to the right, with access to the 3-car garage. The remainder of the site drives remain the same. There's an access driveway at the top, and you can see that guest house, which is tucked around that driveway on the upper right. And you mentioned the guest house square footage. There is also a pool cabana, which is to the far right next to the pool, and then there's an open tennis court. Okay, we can probably go to the floor plans now. That's survey. Scroll past. Another survey. It's in 2 pieces. It's so big.
Paul, I don't think you see the floor plans. Right to the elevation.
Well, that's the photo key right there. Here's our floor plans right there.
I think we're wasting our time to look at the floor plans.
It's possible. Do you have clarity? I was going to show you where the additions are on the floor plans. Does that matter? For example, here, this is the existing.
I think we all elevations.
Okay. So keep scrolling down. And here starts with the elevations. As always with my plans, the existing and demo is at the top and the existing proposed is at the bottom. unfortunately, this is the courtyard view. So the courtyard colonnade is outlined in dashed lines. What I'm actually showing you here is the building beyond, if that makes sense. So on the right, we're adding another bay to the garage, making a 3-car garage. And then as you go left from there, we've removed the bay windows for the laundry and the pantry, and we're putting in just a few little round top casement windows with leaded glass. Further to the left of that, there's a series of 3 French doors, which will open into the proposed dining room. Just to the left of that is now a 2-story curved structure, which is the new grand stairs going from the first floor entry hall to the second floor with brand new, tall, skinny, curved top windows with leaded glass. That main entry door is to the left of that, and above that, instead of the casement window, we're putting in the pair of French doors with a little balcony. Just beyond that, that 2-story space there, the ground floor window is cheaply constructed, the one with the curved top. We're putting in a new casement window there. And then we're putting in new casement windows on the second floor of the bedroom 3 suite to the upper left. You can scroll past. These elevations go counterclockwise around the building. Real simply, up top there, you see the laundry and pantry being removed, and down bottom, you see the colonnade continue to the house. Reconfiguring the end wall of the garage there. To the right of that, taking out that 3rd-story bedroom and the 2nd-story bathroom below, and taking out that entire kitchen shape. Building a new gallery and kitchen right in front of the family room gable roof that's just beyond. Okay, French doors in the gallery, casement windows in the kitchen. I should say that the majority of the casement windows you're seeing in new walls or structures that I'm showing are all recycled from the existing building. Next elevation. Here's a back view. So right there in the center, that was that stucco wall with the round rosette window. All that's going away, and we're creating a covered porch with the 3 sets of French doors and archtop windows beyond. To the left of that is the bay doors, the bay with French doors and casement windows at the end wall of the kitchen. And then to the left of that, the last module of the gallery. And then to the right of that that gable roof in the family room is the other piece of the gallery there. The French doors and half-round window tops in the living room remain, and you can see the raised terrace that's going out to connect the doors from the family room and the living room to the outdoor space. All the way in the far right, I've taken off those 2 bay windows from the 2nd floor of the bridge and putting in simpler casement windows, which align with the reorganized windows on the 1st floor corridor below. Next elevation. Now we're looking at the side wall of the family room. You can see all those 6 casement windows taken out, replaced with French doors below. You can see the left bay of that room has been opened up with double arches there and small columns to match the front colonnade. And then between that family room and the living room tall bay window are the French doors to the gallery in between. All the way on the right, we're replacing all the aluminum frame windows on the 2nd floor of that structure. Those are the new wood frame windows to match the rest of the structure. Next view. Now we're just going around and seeing the 4 sides of that 1978 structure. You can see the casement windows on the bottom being replaced with the French doors. New railings on the balconies up above. They're kind of shoddy. New window in the middle, center of the composition. On the right, the end wall. The casement windows and French doors on the bottom, smaller casement windows above, so that the secondary casement windows on the 1st floor all around the building are now the same height instead of these varying heights. And next view, which I think is last. There's that 1978-79 edition viewed from the front yard. You can see the 6 pairs of casement windows in the colonnade have been removed, replaced with 2 pairs of French doors on each side, solid accent wall in the middle. You can see the new balcony on the 2nd floor to match the 2 existing balconies with a series of 3-part casement windows between them all. That's for all the bedroom views. Also in that top view in the center, that's that tall turret, which we're taking all the way down to the 1st floor. We are retaining the stairs in that rotunda from the 1st floor to the basement. We're putting a new stairway in from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. And that's what you see in the lower right-hand corner there. There's 2-story existing bridge, 2nd floor hallway and 1st floor hallway, and then a brand new set of stairs that connects the 2 of them. That's easier to understand in floor plan, but you might not need that for this review. I think I just have a page of the door and window schedule next. I wanted to point out the windows on the second row are brand new. Yes, sir.
We're in concept. I don't think we.
Okay, I was just pointing out we're recycling most of the existing windows, and we're also putting a new mullion pattern in all the French doors and all the windows. Some of the French doors have a colonial pattern, some have no mullions. We're going with this 3-light pattern on all the French doors, and then we're doing the same on all the casement windows. Most of them have no mullions at all. We're going with the 3-light pattern on the casement windows. That's all I wanted to show you.
Can you turn on? Okay, so we're gonna play a dance here because we're in questions. So back and forth. Okay, so questions, Tip,
No questions. Thank you.
Elida,
Planning on keeping the pond?
I was just going to say, I'm muted. I didn't know if that was a question for me or not. I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Are you planning on keeping the pond?
I don't know what pond you were talking about.
No question.
Okay.
The pond in the front of the house.
The pond in the front of the house is a new landscape feature, and we do have conceptual landscape plans that our landscape architect can present.
Thank you. No more.
Okay.
Yes. Curious why you changed to a flat roof on the east and west elevations. There's that section with the flat roof.
Yes, I studied a bunch of different roof configurations. I think what you're talking about is over the new kitchen. Correct?
I'm not sure.
Element. Oh, well, then I'm not sure how to answer the question if I'm not sure which part you're talking about. Go ahead, please.
It's on the right-hand side elevation. Yeah, A2.
I'm still, okay.
Paul, I think they're asking about the flat roof over the kitchen and the staircase.
I thought that was the case as well, but I was just waiting for clarification. I'm still not clear. I'm just making a guess at this point. Anybody? Oh, you're talking about right there. Oh, that I would, the old existing, I should call it existing, we call this the old wings of the building and the new wings of the building. And this large behemoth, this 2-story box, is the new wing of the building. It has its 2-story bridge connecting the two, which is open underneath. You can actually walk underneath it. And then it has a gable roof over it. In my opinion, I wanted to sort of separate these two buildings more structurally and architecturally. I wanted to rebuild the bridge and push the face of the bridge back from the face of the backyard of the building, but that proved too expensive. So I thought I can create a separation architecturally if I can get rid of that gable roof up there and just do a flat roof up there. Then I can distinguish the old buildings and the new buildings better. It's a very awkward connection, if that makes any sense to you.
Yes.
That's that flat roof. On the kitchen, we studied a lot of different roof configurations, but it was impossible to do any sort of a hip or gable roof next to that family room gable roof. They looked like they were competing with each other. And so we decided the best approach would be just to do a flat roof over the kitchen and let the family room gable be its own thing and not try to do a new gable over the kitchen. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Robert.
No questions.
Claire. Bill.
Can we go to the site plan, David? you show what looks like 12 parking spaces in the guest area there. Are those new? I'm assuming that's new. And the second question, are there already 2 drives coming into this property and you're getting rid of one and just making one coming in?
That's correct. There's only going to be one driveway in. And where those parking area is currently a big round turnaround for the same amount of parking.
Well, to clarify, the answer to his question is yes, there are 2 drives in, one on one side of the lot and one on the other side of the lot. We're going to, in future, just use the one drive, which is on the south side of the lot, and then abandon the drive that's on the north side of the lot. You can see both of those in that view. The guest parking is new. If you want to see a comparison of the existing versus proposed plans, the landscape architect's conceptual drawings shows that very clearly. There is a rotary right now where that guest parking is shown, which we were replacing with the guest parking and putting the rotary in front of the main entry.
And then my last question is pickleball court. That's at the tennis court being reportioned. Did I see a pickleball court in the project scope?
To answer your questions about the rest of the landscape elements, there's only 2 pages of the conceptual landscape if you want to open those drawings, and it illustrates it very clearly.
I was asked about the pickleball.
You said pickleball, right? Hello?
No more questions.
Okay.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to turn on item number 465 Hot Springs Road, please?
We do have a hand up for this one. Ken Beal.
Yeah, hi, this is Ken Beal. We're a adjoining property owner, I think to the south on Pepper Lane, and I was just trying to confirm, was the 3-story tower is that all coming down? That was one question. And then the other question was, is there a pickleball court planned on the property?
Thank you. So
Answer to the questions. Okay. Was I supposed to answer?
Yes, please.
Yes, that 3-story loft room and the bathroom below it are coming down. There will be a gallery on the first floor underneath where those 2 top floors are. And yes, there's our proposed recreational facilities, and they're shown on the conceptual landscape plans. Do we want to open those plans just to glance at them?
I think since we were questioned about it.
I don't know if the landscape architect is participating now. Is anyone there?
I'm here.
I'm here, Paul. Okay, great. Go ahead.
So I will go ahead and well, there's a lot here. I will go ahead and explain the landscape plan. So these are the existing conditions. As you can see, the hatch pattern, that's the existing driveway that we're going to demo, and the turnaround area. There is also a water feature in the center of that turnaround area. And then we have a lot of lawn. We have about almost an acre of existing lawn that we are going to remove as well. In terms of trees, there's only 2 eucalyptus trees that we're proposing to remove, and they're marked right there. There's some palms that we're going to relocate on site, and right to the right along the edge of the blue line, which represents the limit of work of the landscape, because we're not redoing the entire site, we're just redoing the area inside the blue. There's a tree that just recently fell, so we just put an X on it. On the backyard to the left, there's the area where we are going to have a bocce ball court and a pickleball court. And if we go to the next plan, I could show the proposed conditions for the landscape. We can
David, can you try to figure that out and help us
Okay, if we can zoom out a little bit, we can see the entire plan. So again, the blue dash line represent the limits of landscape improvement. And then you can see the bocce ball court on the backyard. It's going to be a grade. It's going to have a low hedge around. There's not going to be any lights or tall fence around it. It's going to be a flat surface with about 3 feet of hedges around it. Right in the middle is a seating area with a gas-fired pit connecting to a bocce ball court. There is a lot of extensive amount of brick paving that we're going to replace with a soft material like DG or gravel. And there is a realignment of the back pathway right at the bottom of the page, where recently the storm came and took some of that area out. So you can see it in that line, and we're going to realign that away from the creek. The blue line represents the top of the creek setback, and then the large dash line going through is also the FEMA flood line. So we're staying away from all of that. As we go into the green area, represent the new landscape. We're going with a Mediterranean landscape. It's augmenting what's there. As you can see in the back too, we are removing, Paul went over all the areas that we're removing. We're going to replace that with a permeable gravel area patio that have a view toward the backyard, but it's all going to be permeable. And you can see on the top, there is a photo that kind of shows the intention for the landscape right to the one on the right. So it will be gravel, soft with some planting and an edge. The rest of the planting will be more of Mediterranean plant palette as the photo in the middle. And then there is some areas that have gravel, and I could show you where that will be along the front, especially adjacent to the master bedroom. So if we can go down again and we look at the front of the property, so we have the new driveway comes into a fire truck turnaround. We know that's going to be quite wide, so we're adding a water feature in the middle and greening up the center where we're allowed. As you come up into the property, then we go up. We have a formal Italian Mediterranean garden, and then you go into the existing courtyard, which is getting there's a fountain there, a quite large fountain that is getting removed. And we're replacing all the faux stone paving with real stone and putting a low, small fountain. If you guys remember the photos of the courtyard, there were some large planters facing the building. We are actually putting agri planters in there. And we reinforcing the main entrance, which is right on the corner of the courtyard. We're reinforcing that with some potted plants and planting. As we come back out into the fired area.
We are a concept. I'm not so sure we need such a detailed description, but I certainly appreciate your passion that you're exhibiting.
Okay, so let me just wrap this up. So along the edges, we bring in Mediterranean, a native buffer gardening along all the edges, the creek and the new entry gate. And we adding a low, it's not that deep of a pond, it's 18 inches deep, lily pond, which also function as a stormwater detention. We will collect some of that water and release it slowly out of the plant. And as the bright green is the new lawn areas, which we've reduced by about 80%. And what you see there now represents just about 6,000 square feet. Compared to 30,000 square feet of existing lawn. And that's all I have. You guys want to ask a question?
Okay, so comments, Tip. Get your mic on, please.
Well, from what I can hear and what I can see on screen, I think it's looking much better than currently now. And because of that, I don't think I have any issues. The only comment I have regarding the pickleball court, I can't tell how close is it to the neighboring property and properties, and if that would be an issue or not, but that's the only concern I have. Thank you.
Elida, comments? Wait. Did we get public comment?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Elida, please.
Don't know where to begin, so at this point, no comment.
You know where to end. You just don't know where to
I
begin.
don't know where to begin.
Okay, well, you figure that out before they get back here. Dave, comments?
Yeah, I agree with Tip that this is a nice upgrade of a very challenging structure that's evolved over the years, and I think it's a nice update. And I especially appreciate how they're taking down the high elements and making the design more cohesive. I appreciate that they're greatly reducing the lawn. It'd be even better if they reduced it further. But in general, I think it's going in a nice direction.
Those were my comments.
Robert, please.
I would agree. I'm curious about the driveway still, and if the site is so internalized, but where does the driveway hit a public road, and are there new gates and call-ons or anything like that? That's it.
Claire, please. Comments?
Do you want me to answer that question?
Not now.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like is this driveway, the whole project is 4 acres, right? Yeah. And 5 acres. So we're already seeing partial.
One of the applicants, mute yourself, or all of them. Yes, Claire, please.
Is that correct? Is that it's a 4 or 5 acre parcel. We're only seeing a small part of the parcel at this point in time. Okay, great. Okay. Well, I mean, whatever you're doing to the house, I think that probably is an improvement, and then I'll, because I'm mostly the one that's interested in the landscaping, will be interested in having more conversations when it's time to be really talking about the landscaping right now. Right now, we're in conceptual, and my world, conceptual is about the architecture, the size, the bulk, all of that. And I appreciate that presenting the beginning of the landscape plan, but I think that it will grow like all the trees and things will grow at some point. So right now, those are the only comments I have.
Bill, comments?
Yeah, I agree with the board's comments. I think the architecture is getting better for sure. Get rid of a lot of sort of strange details. There are a couple of items which maybe we can talk real quickly about on the elevations there, David. One is the flat roof that Dave brought up. I might be okay with that, but I think you could probably look into a gable roof there, and it might still work and might still feel fine and look better. Secondly, there's an elevation, I think it's the east and west elevation, where you have some French doors and you've got like a transom light and then an arch on top. There's something funny about that. Please restudy that. Look at that the proportions of those windows on top of the doors look odd. Maybe the doors need to be taller and the transoms are incorporated into the arch. I don't know, one of the two things. Generally speaking, I'm fine with it. I would be concerned, like Tip is, about the pickleball court and its proximity to the neighbors. Those are noisy, and we're seeing a lot of complaints from people who are nearby them. So pickleball court, and at some point, more landscape in the details, and as Robert said, driveway and gates, if you got that, what we're going to see eventually. So I think you're heading the right direction now. Thank you.
Yeah, I have nothing further to add. Members of the board, what next for this project, please?
Oh,
I think it should come back for preliminary.
I
For
would,
full
ag- I,
board.
I would agree, Mr. Chair. I would absolutely agree with that, because I,
a preliminary and final to the full.
I'd
board.
be okay with that. They may or may not make final, but we could give them the opportunity. And in saying that, Paul, you represented that you were gonna redo the windows and put them in. I think you ought to have a chat with the building department. I don't think they're gonna let you do that. So I could be wrong, but energy, filtration, all of it. Please check with them before you get too far detailing existing windows to be somehow upgraded. Okay, so back for preliminary final, everybody okay with that? Yes.
I don't know what to do.
Paul, I think turn off the mic.
I know.
I think that there's a 20% chance you're gonna get all the way to final, but we want to give you that shot. So the worst that happens is you come back a week or two later for a final to pick up the last items. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys
I
are
don't
the
know.
best.
I have no idea what I was asked to do, but whatever. No one's letting me.
Okay, so items number 5 and 6, as it turns out, Bill and Dave both have a conflict. So they will be back in 15, 20 minutes, maybe, if you want to come on over. What happened to Robert? I think we should take a 5-minute break, okay? Yeah. Okay, so. 58. I can't see. Yeah. Well, that was good. Item number 5, 935 Mariposa Lane. This is one of 2 properties owned by the same owners, but they have separate APN numbers, etc. So we will be dealing with each of them separately. We have minutes, style and architecture acceptable. MBAR has concerns regarding the floor area and site layout. The MBA members are unlikely to support a project this large. Restudy height of proposed walls. One member requested that a copy of historic report be provided. Tip and Dave were out on this last time, and Dave is out again. He feels he has a conflict, and Bill feels he has a conflict, so he's also out. Okay, so is the applicant here, please?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Adam with John Murray Architect. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. So Adam?
Okay, here we go. I'm here with John Murray, Mark Rios, and Alyssa Reed, and we are the architects and landscape architects for this project. I'll just quickly go through the drawings now.
And can you focus in on our comments and then we can take it from there?
Yes. If we jump to sheet A 1.0, the proposed site plan, which is down a little farther.
Can I say something right off the top? You guys are doing things, twisting these 180 degrees from one site plan to the next. In general, can you get everybody lined up going one way? So please go ahead. It was very.
Apologies. Yes, we can do that.
Please go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so here's the site plan. Mariposa Lane is located at the bottom of the page, running horizontally across the bottom. So from Mariposa, you are facing the principal facade of the house. This is the proposed site plan. It shows the new wing on the north side of the property to the right. It shows the house wrapping around the renovated central courtyard, and at the top of the page is the new freestanding open-air dining pavilion that anchors the west end of the courtyard. Also, this plan shows the new the rebuilt south terrace to the left of the existing house. So our land use consultant, Jennifer Siemens, has updated the FAR neighborhood study that she presented the last time we were here. The new table shows 14 properties in the neighborhood. The information in the table comes from the county assessor's office. 11 of the properties are over FAR, the highest being 192%, and 6 of the properties are over 2 acres. The last time we were here, we requested an FAR of 152%, but we listened to your concerns and came down to 128%, which is a reduction of 1,545 square feet.
You also have a map that shows the same information, please?
Yes, there's a map. Yeah.
Is that, David, as much as possible?
This is a neighborhood with many very large homes, and the project will fit in well, and most of it will not be visible from the street because it's tucked on the backside on the north side of the hill. If we could jump to sheet A 1.1, the proposed site plan. Yes, this is the overall site plan. The landscaping directly around the house will be renovated. If we could focus on the driveway along Mariposa Lane in front of the house, between Mariposa and the house. When we were last here, the board's comments were concerned with the length of the new driveway entrance, as well as the secondary vehicle gate that was proposed for emergency access from Mariposa. We have since had further discussions with the fire department, who helped us design 2 solutions. The driveway entrance has been shortened while still allowing a fire truck to pull off of Mariposa Lane. The second solution is to change the emergency vehicle gate to a pedestrian gate. The new pedestrian gate on Mariposa will allow a fire truck to pull up close to the motor court along Mariposa and allow emergency access to the house through the pedestrian gate. The fire department and public works have accepted this solution. If you zoom in where the two little cars are parked in the driveway, that's where the pedestrian gate would be on Mariposa Lane. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. And then if we look to the right here in this view, you can see the retaining walls, the curvilinear retaining walls in front of the garage. The design of the retaining walls have been revised so that no wall is taller than 4 feet. The multiple walls will create landscaped terraces that will mitigate the height difference on the slope. The walls will be made of sandstone, and the landscaping will cascade over the walls. And the last thing here from our last meeting, a comment the board made was the proximity of the new garage to the property line. The garage is the rectangle on the right-hand side, and the property line running vertically to the right of it. We have changed the design of the house and garage and pulled it further away from the property line an additional 6 feet. The garage is now 12 feet from the property line. Those are the major changes since we were last here. I'm happy to go through floor plans or elevations if you feel it's necessary.
Dave, not everybody was here at the last meeting. In fact, we have 2 people that were unfamiliar. Can you just go to the elevations? I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time, but I want to make sure.
Yes. We also have landscape drawings. The landscape architect can quickly go through get into more specifics about the driveway and retaining walls. But if we go to the sheet A 7.0,
if you could give the page number of the PDF, that would be more helpful.
Oh, actually, how would I do that? I don't have the PDF page number. You just scroll down. We'll just have to scroll. Apologies. Okay, there we go. That first, yeah, that's perfect. This is the east elevation. This sheet shows both the existing and proposed east elevations of the house. This is the principal elevation that faces Mariposa Lane. I would just like to quickly say that we are working we met with the historians at Post Hazelton Associates, and they will be submitting an historic report on this house with comments on our design. And we are working with Post Hazelton to design the addition so that it's appropriate and acceptable to the various reviewing agencies. If we could go to the next sheet, this is the south elevation. The south elevation is the one that faces Lilac Drive, and it's the most visible elevation. So we are really just preserving it. And the proposed changes would be to add shutters to the existing windows and doors, as well as a new French door on the lower right to balance the symmetry. To the left of the bottom elevation, you see the new wing in the back of the house extending past the southern facade. That's actually recessed in the background. And then the next sheet, the west elevations. The west elevation shows the new wing that completes the U shape of the house around the central courtyard. The middle yeah, 7.2. Okay, and the garage extension is on the left there. And then the next sheet, 7.3. Okay, the existing elevation at the top of the page shows the single-story garage and the single-story wing on the right of the little studio that are to be removed. And the middle elevation shows the new two-story wing in its place. And the bottom drawing just shows the northernmost elevation of the garage. And the next sheet, this is an interior courtyard elevation. The existing elevation at the top of the page shows the single-story wing that is to be removed to the left. And the bottom drawing shows the proposed new addition. There is a white stucco spiral staircase to get from the second floor outdoor terrace down to the courtyard. And the last sheet is also the other side of the courtyard elevation. The existing elevation at the top of the page shows the elevation of the main block of the house that's to remain. And the bottom drawing shows the modification to the stair hall window, the breakfast room extension, and the addition of shutters to the windows and doors. That's the architectural portion, and we do have landscape drawings if Mark and Alyssa want to jump in there.
Lisa, do you want to lead through this?
Let's at least get started with those. I don't know how deeply we get into them today, but.
Okay. Hello, everybody. This is, do you hear me before I keep going?
Please get closer to the mic so we can hear you more clearly. Thank you.
Okay, how about now? Is that better?
Perfect.
So this is Elisa Reed and I'm with Rios, and we addressing the comments Adam mentioned before on this lot. This line that I'm drawing here is the existing courtyard retaining wall. This wall is about 7 feet in height. And so what we did, last time we had 3 terraces, and now we have a lot more than that. We have about 5 terraces. And so what we did was that we minimized our differences between terraces to no more than 6 feet in some cases, which is only on this end that we have a 6-foot wall. We are keeping existing grade flowing through and meeting existing grade at the street. And so that was our strategy for the retaining walls, to reduce it significantly, the impact. We eliminated additional parking that we were trying to carve there by just keeping it more of a nicely terraced stairs and planted walls.
And
as Adam and yes?
Next sheet, please, David.
This shows the extension of the existing south terrace, which is in this level here. And then there's an existing pool that we're removing. Oh, drawing moved on me. So the existing terrace in the south gets extended further to this point. The existing slope comes up and becomes a nice patio where the pool used to be. That's our design changes here, as well as eliminating the existing driveway, which is here, to accommodate for a more generous driveway so that the fire department can pull up outside of the street. And it meanders through existing oaks. We will be losing 1 oak over here. But that, I think, fulfills the need of the comments of not having 2 separate driveways. We only have 1 down here, and then the fire department has agreed to enter with a pedestrian wall, a pedestrian gate through this point.
Is that it, ma'am?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, outside of this, we have elevation sections of the retaining walls if you want to look at them.
I think we're good. Thank you very much. Thank you for being concise. Questions, Tip?
So can I ask, what is the current FAR right now before the renovation?
I don't know if I have that handy here.
You go up to the,
So it went up to 1.28 currently. It was
Right now.
1.56,
1.5 something, yeah.
then dropped to 1.28.
And can you zoom in on that FAR study?
Yeah, our original proposal was 157 and now we're 128.
And what the original?
I don't have the
If you
original.
can, Dave, if you can zoom in there, I can probably guess it.
Okay, here we go. It's 48.
They're adding 7,000, so is it 5,000 against how many acres, please?
4.6 acres,
Is that both sites or just the one site?
just the lower site.
No,
You said
2.19.
2.19.
Yeah.
19 acres.
Yeah, I see it right there. I got
Oh,
it.
sorry, 2.19.
Okay, so that was probably about 85 or 90, somewhere in there,
The original house.
the original house.
Okay. And my second question, have we requested story poles?
It's an existing two-story house, we have not.
Oh, but we are adding quite a bit.
They are adding a lot. If you feel we need it,
Well,
that
because,
would be a comment.
okay, that's a comment.
Well, no, you can ask the questions. You can ask the question, did we have,
Yeah, okay, so we didn't ask for story poles before.
No,
All right, and then you mentioned that a historical report is being performed right now.
yes, we're working with Post Hazelton on the report.
And
And they're
the,
making comments on the design too. Yeah.
the existing house is dated back to
To 1930.
and who was the original architect?
Architect was Sidney Stacy, W. Sidney Stacy. He was an English architect.
I see. So we probably want to, it's just a question. We probably want to wait for the comments from the historical report before we can move further. Am I correct?
that's up to us, not up to them.
But anything that over 50 years had to have that performed and then had
Well,
to
they're
go,
doing it.
yeah, then had to go in front of the HLAC. And then it can go back to the wood. Just a question.
Actually, if I could just clarify, Mr. Chair, a structure that's older than 50 years old, we will request a historic architectural historian to evaluate. It does not go to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee unless it is a structure, a landmark structure.
All right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Robert, questions?
I'm not that familiar with the project. Did you say there was a covered outdoor but open pavilion or something like that?
Yeah, we're proposing a new dining pavilion at the west end of the courtyard.
And is that included in the FAR?
I think I saw it.
Did we see elevations for that?
Yeah, the elevations are on sheet.
PDF page, please.
Or I think it's sheet 14, maybe, or 13.
No,
There, right there.
right there, up above, next, that right there. Questions, please, Robert?
No more questions.
Elida, questions, please.
I know we're dealing primarily with the terraces and the driveway and the retaining walls. I can't figure out, are there changes to the landscaping that are being proposed and I just can't read the plan properly? Can we go to the landscape plan and am I missing something?
Yes, there are, the existing landscape around the house will be renovated. Most of the site will remain the same, but around where the new construction is and the new driveway where the pool's coming out, the courtyard and the dining pavilion, those areas will be landscaped, re-landscaped.
And will we see a landscape plan reflecting those changes?
Correct. On our next visit, you will have landscape plan. More detailed.
Didn't understand.
They will have it at their next presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Claire, questions?
Yeah, well, different landscape. You talked about retaining
walls. I'm not, oh, excuse me, I didn't have my mic on. You talked about, both of you, both the architect and the landscape architect, were talking about retaining walls. And I'm not clear as to where those are on the plan. I mean, I think they're down by the driveway.
So right there.
Okay, and then the architect said they were going to be 4 feet tall. You said 6 feet tall. So actually, does anybody really, I would kind of really like to be able to see, I mean, if the plan was drawn up, I don't quite grasp what these retaining walls are all about.
There is
Okay.
information of those somewhere in this set. So let's.
Yes, it will be 2 pages, 3 pages past this one.
No, next,
I was gonna say
no,
that.
above that.
Next page, I think. For
Yeah.
the elevation sections, it's sheet L1020. No, sorry, sheet L.
Hi, this
L411.
is Mark Rios, if you can hear me. There's only one wall that's 6 feet. That's the one that's immediately adjacent to the garage. All the other ones that are curved are 4 feet or less.
So there is an elevation of that. Dave, try going down a little bit. David, next. Right
we go.
there. That's the section through them, and down on the bottom, I think, is the elevation of them.
Yeah, this is a full elevation, seeing all the walls at the bottom here. This is the only 6-foot wall. Everything else is terracing at 4 feet from each other. About 4 feet.
Concerned about that.
Okay, any other questions? Claire?
My other question was, what is the driveway and the large area at the end of the driveway next to the house? What is that material? What's your plans for that driveway and the parking area where the little cars are and all of that? What materials are you going to be using in there?
The existing carport or parking flatter areas are all right now gold gravel, like chip seal. We intend to keep the same look. We will need to work with permeability, so we may have to have a change on that for overall permeability of the site. The driveway currently is stone, but because of the size of the new driveway and location, and fire department access, we will change it to probably another material like concrete that's seated. It's our proposal. So it looks a lot like the asphalt with chip seal cover on it.
Thank you.
Exposed aggregate.
I have no further questions. So public comment. Is there anybody attending the Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item number 5, 935 Mariposa Lane, please? Anybody?
No speakers for this one.
So I'll close public comment. Okay, so we're on for concept today. The next project is the project immediately next door on this particular orientation. It's the property to the left, which is on for preliminary, just so to give you context. So comments, please. We are at concept and we do not yet have a historical report. Tim.
Okay, so I definitely would like to see the the historical report. That's number one. Number two is that since the FAR is much larger than BC to make the major addition, I would like to see the story pool for the addition areas that have been proposed. And I think from that, and by seeing the site, we can have a better understanding on the scope of work. Thank you. Robert, please comment.
No comments.
Lighter comments, please.
I agree with Chip about perhaps seeing story poles on this, even though the house is pretty much in the middle of the property. And I'd like to see a landscape plan because I'm having difficulty figuring out the landscape looking at this site.
Claire, are you done?
I am done.
Okay, Claire, please.
To the landscape person, now I can actually see this a little differently because it's turned around.
Yes, flipped 180 degrees.
You know, that the amount of paving that you're proposing, from what I can tell from this drawing, seems to be wraps around the entire house. I mean, you know, up, and it seems like a lot of paving to put on this property. It just, I can't grasp why we have to have that much paving. So that's one of my concerns. And the other concern is that I like other members really find it's very difficult to look at this project without having seen the historical report, because obviously this is a historical house, and and I'd like to see that before I make any calls on what's happening here. But for me, I don't understand all the paving that is at the end of the driveway. I just don't get that. Okay, that's.
I took a look at your website this morning when I was reviewing the plans, because I was having some trepidation about the formality of the window placements on this structure. And I noticed that you guys do very nice quality work, no question about it. But it's also what I would term an East Coast feeling, is the kind of work that I saw on your website. Now, maybe you've done more, but I didn't see it immediately. I don't take hours looking at stuff. This is a volunteer job. So my sense is that the building is bringing a formality, your design is bringing a formality that is more 1800s East Coast than it is late 1700s West Coast, which is where this architecture came from. Far more casual, far more, I don't want to use the word sloppy, but I do want to use the word sloppy. It's sort of really handmade peasant architecture. That's where it came out of. And it this architecture and the drawings in particular felt more like Williamsburg to me than they did Santa Barbara. So I would like you guys to take a look at that. It could just be the drawings, but the emotional quality I got from the drawings did not engage me in the way that I think they should have for a building that when you go to the first sheet in the set is obviously a very soft, compelling architecture. So yeah, those pictures right up there. So I know drawings are drawings and I know buildings are buildings, but if there's a way to somehow convey that, I would appreciate it more so. So I think that a story polls probably is a good idea. I think a historical report is probably a good idea. So if we could let's get a roof plan. Could you guys help us with where the roof plan is? PDF page 1, please. Gentlemen, ladies, roof plan.
Roof plan is after the last floor, yeah, a bit farther.
That's probably do it. That is, does that show new and old? Not that one, you, the one above. Does that show new and old? On it?
It doesn't show the roof.
Okay.
There is a roof plan just a little farther down.
Right down.
Keep going, keep going.
I think.
One more. There you go.
So the garage structure is that wing to the right, correct?
Yes, yes.
Let's get a single pole, a single strip of those little flags right across here. That's all brand new, right?
Yes,
And what about, isn't part of this brand new?
yes. That's new too.
Okay, and what about this?
Yeah, no, that's the existing house on the left.
Okay, and so, and this is existing in here, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let's get 1, 2 at the ridge, please. That's gonna also help us know where this is in relationship to the property line, and it's gonna also help us figure out about the driveway retaining walls. Would you concur with that statement I just made?
Yes.
So, and I don't think we should come back till you guys get the historical reports figured out. Does everybody agree with me on that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so the order would be get the historical report worked out, figure out how you want to respond to that. Jennifer, I'm sure, knows everything about how to get these guys figured out. Let's get her to do that. And Jennifer, could you please, I know it's misrepresenting, but not the hip, can you pretend that it was a gable up here so we get the full length of the house? Would that be possible?
Yes, yes, perfect.
So thank you very much. It's obviously going to be a remarkable house. Okay? And
okay.
we'll see you out at the site before we see you here. Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And back for concept at that point, everybody, or back for preliminary at that point?
No, I think we've got to stay in concept.
Okay,
because
stay in
of the
concept for
size,
more.
bulk, and scale of it.
Okay, stay at concept. Very good, thank you. Item number 6 is the same property for adjoining property. Again, Bill and Dave have issues and are out. We were on for preliminary approval this time, and our comments were nice project. One member suggested adding a architecture, well, it should be an architectural element on top of the facade to articulate tall wall facade. Restudy integration of glass structure with other structures to achieve consistent window grill. Restudy chimney proportion. Note grade at terraces. Restudy spiral staircase. Consider simplifying massing of this element. I also want to note that we did take a quick look at your drawings earlier when we were reviewing another project that also had large expanses of glass. So having said that, we're FAR 91. Do I remember that right? John?
It's right there. I just can't read it.
How's my?
Yeah, the FAR is at 91%. Yeah.
Well, obviously.
Why do the doctors have any concern about me? So,
Right, yes.
so John or whomever,
When it comes to numbers.
yeah, would you please present this project, please?
Thank you. If we could go to the next sheet, is the proposed site plan. I'm sorry, there's, yeah, one more. And the next one. There we go, that's it. Okay, we did go back to the drawing board on this one, so there's some different function and program. So what we're presenting today is different than what we presented last time. This 1 acre lot is currently undeveloped. There is an existing gardener's gate at Mariposa Lane, which is at the bottom of the page. The buildable area is in the center of the lot. It is bounded on the east and south sides by the tree canopy and on the north side by a top of bank setback. The site photographs on the left show the open field in the center of the lot, and that field is surrounded by trees all the way around. There. This currently proposed project meets the FAR guidelines and is under the DAB limit. We meet setbacks and height limit, even though the house is raised to meet the FEMA flood requirements. This project will include the new construction of a 2-story single-family dwelling. The house will include an entry hall, living room, kitchen, spa, laundry, 3 bedrooms, and ensuite bathrooms. The exterior finish materials will include white stucco walls, steel and glass windows and doors, and oxidized copper metal roofing. A detached 3-car garage will be constructed at the north side of the lot. The exterior materials of the garage are meant to tie into the landscaping, so there'll be sandstone walls, steel and glass windows, natural wood doors, and the garage doors themselves will be clad with Corten steel panels for that rusty brown look. A new gravel driveway will be made from the existing Gardener's Gate off of Mariposa Lane. Other site work will include remodeling existing landscaping and adding new hardscaping like paved paths and stone retaining walls. The retaining walls will be made of sandstone and will also respect the height limits of those. And a new pool and terrace will be constructed at the south side of the lot. If we could go to the next sheet, the first floor plan. I'll just briefly describe the plan. One enters the house into a central atrium with a stair leading to the second floor. Walking through the entry hall leads into the central living room, flanked by 2 fireplaces. And beyond the fireplaces are the kitchen on the right-hand side and a home gym on the left. This is the single-story part of the house that is surrounded by glass. This part of the house is enclosed by pivoting wall glass panels. And then flanking the entry hall is a bedroom suite on the right, and on the left is a powder room, laundry, and cabana. And at the bottom of the page, the pool is shaded, is the shaded rectangle at the bottom of it, if you zoom out a little bit. And then we can go to the second floor. Next sheet. Here, the glass atrium of the second floor central stair hall is flanked by 2 bedroom suites. From the central hall, one can walk outside onto an outdoor terrace. The terrace is surrounded by raised planters for landscaping, and beyond the planters is a low-pitched roof that overhangs the first floor, to be clad in a dark brown oxidized copper panels. Like the living room below, there are 2 symmetrical outdoor fireplaces dividing the spaces of the terrace. And the next sheet shows the roof plan.
You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated, but Tax Act filing is.
That's not me. The flat roofs over the bedroom suites flank the glassy roof of the stair hall. And the next sheet is the garage. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of entertainment going on in here.
I'm sorry.
We apologize for our technological missteps. Please go ahead.
No worries, no worries. If we could go to the next sheet. And just zoom out to see the sheet. Yeah, perfect. Here, the 3-car garage is clad in Santa Barbara sandstone. The garage doors are clad in rust-colored Corten steel panels. And the sandstone walls integrate with the landscaping retaining walls. It's a flat roof structure as well. The next sheet gets into the elevations we saw previously. The north elevation on top is the front facade of the house. The two white stucco sections flank the central atrium made of steel and glass. And the south side, the bottom elevation, shows the single-story elevation of the living spaces wrapped in glass panels. Above are the landscape planters that edge the upper terrace. And you can also see the low-hung, shallow roof that would be clad in the copper panels. And the next sheet shows the east and west elevations, which are mirrors of each other. Here you can see through the dotted lines the slope of the site in relation to the house. The height of the house remains well below the height limit. And the next sheet is just the building sections. And these sections help to show the floor planes and the flat roofs, as well as the relationship of the stair to the upper terrace and the pool as well, and the pool terrace. We also have landscape drawings for this, which I'll let Alyssa take over for that.
I'm guessing they're the following pages after this. Here we go. As Adam mentioned, the existing driveway is about here, and so we're expanding it just enough to create a comfortable approach for fire department. This is the layout of a fire truck inside the property line, inside the right of way. We have a new driveway gates here, the carport area, which is also going to match the lower lot, which is that gravel chip seal look. The landscape terrace in the main house, which holds the pool, are all terraced, sloping down to meet grade, and as well as bringing the grade up to meet the terrace with natural steps, sandstone steps on slope. We're trying to be as minimal as possible on the site and add more oaks to the overall site. And keep the character of the garden that's existing there right now, which we call the yellow gardens, which could be seen in maybe on the images in the following pages. I believe the only comment we had received was the grading and terraces at the pool, which we enhance with additional steps.
Are you removing 4 oaks, please?
We are not removing any oaks on this site. This oak over here is close to the pool. This oak over here is close to the terrace, but we are at the same level. And I think there's an oak here at the driveway that I believe there's an arborist report, but we're not removing any significant oaks.
Okay. Can we go to that report, David, please? Read the summary. The owner subject. Okay. No oaks will be removed and 4 oaks will be significantly impacted. All other oaks are adjacent to outside the work area. So maybe I misunderstood the word impact and remove. Okay, Elizabeth, are you done there or?
I think so, unless you want to, these are elevations showing how we're moving the grade and the stepping of the terraces to bring the garden down, the height of the plane, of the floor plane base by the FEMA floodplain.
Okay.
That is landscape plan. That's all we're going to see of it.
Well, if yeah, maybe.
There is one more page with character and images of materials at the end. We will provide full design landscape plans on our next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, questions. This is on for preliminary. I do want to say that I've been on the board for 6, 7 years, something. Exactly one project that was a new project did not have story poles. I think we may have made a mistake in not requesting those. I will let the full board determine that. Questions, Claire, please. Questions?
Do you have, no questions.
Robert, please, questions.
I'm curious about the glass conservatory pavilion, like part of the building, and what the roof is copper, that little eyebrow.
Yeah, there's a 6-foot overhang from the glass wall out, and that overhang is clad in copper panels. And the copper panels, it's like a metal roofing. They'll oxidize and turn a dark brown color.
No more questions.
Chip, excuse me, Chip. Well, you mentioned that this design has been changed significantly from the previous design. Is that a true statement? Because I was not here the last meeting.
We came, I want to say about 1.5 years ago with a previous design, and it had, it didn't have all this glass, and it had a spiral staircase that came down from the roof to the garden, and it was slightly different configuration. Yeah, so this is different.
So the comments that we have is from the previous design.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, my second question, can you go to the building section, please, Dave? David. That's it. Right. So what is the, based on the building section, what is the ceiling height? Is it 12 feet?
The first floor is 11 feet. The first floor is 11 feet, and the second floor, I believe, is 8'6".
Okay, and then how slope is the site? The general, like, is it a 15% slope?
You can see on the drawing the dashed lines there, one representing the existing slope and one representing the flood slope. I don't have a percentage off the top of my head.
Okay, the drawings represent less than 16 feet and 100 feet. And if you have to style your building, what would you say? Is it what do you call it? Modern, traditional, Mediterranean, East Coast? I mean, I just can't tell from the drawings what the building trying to be.
Yeah, this because this the owner owns the lot to the south, which has a very traditional Spanish colonial style home. But this is an empty lot, and it's a new project, and the owner is interested in something more modern up there. But we also want to be respectful to where it is and tie the buildings together. So one way we're doing that is through the materials. The white stucco will tie the buildings together. But this particular building is definitely taking a more modern approach.
Yeah, those were my questions. And Alida?
Mr. Spiewak's tree analysis was a wonderful help. And for an acre property to have 25 oaks, what a blessing. And I guess I can see where 3 of them were coming out because you need to build there. But then there was another 3 that are significantly impacted. And I don't understand the definition of that and I don't know what that means. If you can explain that to me.
Alyssa or Mark, do you want to take that one?
There are no oaks being removed. I just want to clarify on this site, there are no oaks being removed. The 3 that are significantly impacted is because the building encroachment is within a 20% of the canopy or more. So if you can look at the report, the next page or 2, where there is a diagram of colored coded, there we go. So we have a little bit more than 20% encroachment on some oaks. And because of that, we are proposing to plant new oaks in case any of these oaks happen to fail. But we are aiming not to do that. We love these oaks. The property is in the character of it.
Well, there should be a plan to show where. But on speed.
Right here, right here.
Oh,
Which is great. No, keep going. There's 25 of them.
no, but the impact are 16, 13, is it, and 12?
Number 4.
I can't answer it, John.
Okay, any other questions, please?
I guess not.
Okay, Claire, you wanted to ask an additional question?
Yeah, I did have a question, well, this is, we can look at it here. And it's, I can't tell from the drawings which is north or south or whatever, but well, where the big red circle is, there seemed right below, right around the wall, right around the pool, there seems to be some, I assume, are they retaining walls? What the walls that you've shown, you know.
They have an infinity of pool.
Well, but see the walls around a pool. You know, I want to know. I want to know how high those walls are.
I think that that's a coping and then it's 8 feet. I went and checked this morning. I looked at it this morning.
What?
8 feet
Oh, so those walls are 8 feet tall.
max.
Max. Okay. Okay, that's enough for me. That's what I'm trying to
Why
find
is
out.
that color in red? Is it
The height of those walls?
That's the.
No, the height of the oak trees.
Yeah.
I mean,
The overall change of grade is 8 feet tall. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have any walls that are that tall, except for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
If you see L410, you'll see site sections and elevations showing the terraces on the landscape.
I want to take control of this a little bit. First of all, I have no questions. Second of all, I think that our confusion will be cleared up when we do a site visit, which I think we should do. So.
To this property?
To this property and the other property.
Yeah, I would really love to see a site visit.
Okay, so now, so we've asked our questions, public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6? It's on Mariposa Lane, but it does not yet have an address.
No speakers on this
What?
one. No speakers on this one.
Excellent. Gentlemen? No. Okay, so that's the end of public comment. So let's go back. It sounds like we want to do a site visit. So given that, if say yes or no to that, let's make some comments, please. Claire,
Yeah, well, so you're asking for comments
comments now, please.
beyond the fact that I would like to have a site visit?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, the reason for me is that I right now, I mean, this is here for preliminary, and I don't have a landscape plan that I would think is acceptable. So that's my.
So you don't think it's ready for preliminary?
I don't think it's ready for preliminary because I don't have a landscape plan that tells me what's getting planted, where it's getting planted, where all of that.
Robert. Please.
Are we going to story pull both properties?
Yes, we are.
And they'll both be on the same schedule then if we keep
Yeah.
this one at concept.
Probably that it's not up to us, it's up to them when they want to start.
I would like to see them go through tandem if we could.
Okay, your comment is you'd like to do them at the same time, okay? Is that it?
Yes.
Robert, excuse me, you're Robert. Tim?
You know what, I guess one of my question had to do with, I'm trying to understand the building a little bit and I don't have a good feeling for it. I'm not sure try to be traditional or modern. And that's one of the concerns I had because the garage is cladded in some sandstone. Then the building is plaster and then you have a mansard roofing with some planter on top. I just can't tell what the direction this project should head. So when you come back, I think that would be a big help. Can you clarify that or maybe provide some rendering that can give us a better ideas on what we are approving? That's number one. Number two had to do with the fact that it seemed to me like the site is fairly steep slope. It's definitely not flat. And it seemed like the solution is a flat project on the slope site. And that's because of that, that's why the pool stick way out of the ground and the floor is completely level. And that's probably what the owners prefer, but I just feel like maybe the building should go to the side a little better. That's one of the comments, and walk around the trees and that's something we can see better when we go on site. And definitely, you know, I think the building might be a little too tall, especially the two-story portion and saving the one-story portion. And the site visit probably will clear off those issues.
David, we looked at this project from item number 3. Could we also visit item number 3 so that we can be symmetrical, please? Just to cover page. So there's another project on tonight's agenda that has a lot of glass. No, that's okay. Right, no, the rendering, please, wherever that was. So this is a very detailed rendering. I'm sure it was quite expensive to produce, etc. But something that would enable us to understand the character. This is a similar building, at least on the first floor. So that's enough. Thank you, David. Okay, just as a comment. So I think that there is significant amount of oak tree interference. And I think that we cannot or should not completely restrict your development based on those oaks, but I think that we need to be really respectful. When I see that huge oak tree in the lower left-hand corner of this project and the pool, I'm going, really? We're going to approve this? You know, we're even going to consider approving this. So I think that we would want to reconsider the site plan to do whatever we can to help this. Now, I know it's on a separate parcel. I also know that in Montecito, many projects have secondary units that just happen to be around a pool and happen to have gym equipment in it. This is by far and away the nicest one we've seen. And that's because the other ones are actually secondary on a primary lot. You have a second property. So I have no problem with that, but I think this is going to be a remarkable guest house. But I think that something needs to be done to be more careful with these oak trees, because I don't think, even if Bill Spiewak says that he thinks he can protect this and that, I think it's oak tree number 4 is remarkable, and I'm not going to vote for a project that's going to endanger that tree. I also have trouble with this design. Just as I mentioned earlier, I did go out to your website. This is sort of halfway between East Coast and West Coast. I think that I would recommend you providing us with inspirational photographs. We often ask people to do that saying we're really going for this. And I don't see, I'm unfamiliar with any buildings that I know of historically that have this particular compositional style that includes large panes of glass, copper roofing, stone cladding, separate building, large masses that have broken up windows, and down below the windows are single sheets. So I would like you to really find a theme that you would like to stand with. We ask you to integrate the large panels of glass with the broken up glass. It does not appear that you did that. So could you please consider that farther? I am concerned about the lantern effect, which the last project that we just looked at with the rendering, we spent quite a lot of time with. If there are as many trees as it looks like there are, I think that I won't have that much concern when I get out there. But and I've also had concerns with projects in the past that have had open terracing like this, because inevitably people bring out large lights and have large parties and completely interfere with the peace of Montecito. So if you could try to address that, how you can keep the very real probability, not possibility, of large parties up there disturbing the peace of everybody, I'd appreciate it. We do need a site visit. Let's take a look at the site plan and we'll talk. I want to talk with all members. Site plan, please. Someone try to figure out the two masses, which are where the bedrooms are, clearly need to have story poles. Everybody agree?
The two little squares.
The two little squares clearly need that. And then the garage, I think not.
No, but I think we probably need just a sticking out of the food location.
Well, I think that we need the party area on the second floor, the extent of that. So 4 corners on there, and you want to see the I don't know which way. I guess it's the southwest corner. You guys keep turning these around on this. The southwest corner, southwest line of the pool. So it would be this line right there, 4 sides on this ground level. No, I think at the deck level, and then the roof of these guys right here. You have a glass. This is glass right here and there, but in terms of mass, bulk, and scale, it's that whole massing. Do you guys understand where that would be, please?
Yes, confirmed.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's clearly an interesting project. I think when you find the style, I think it's going to be a remarkable project. So this is on for preliminary, so we are required to have a motion at this point. Who would like to make a motion for? It is on for preliminary approval. We're required to have motions, not necessarily for preliminary approval, maybe for a
I see what you're
continuance.
saying. Okay.
Who wants to make a motion for continuance, please?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this project to the next agenda or to whenever,
To a future agenda.
to a future.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Okay, excellent. Any discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all. We will see you in
Whenever we see.
several months at least, or maybe 2 years. So item number 7, gentlemen,
God. Sure, you can.
I don't know if those mics work. Just test them real quick to make sure.
Does that work?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to comment that it's 5 o'clock.
I understand. I know.
Okay, can you be clear, concise, and complete? Please.
They will
It's in my notes. It says, with your permission, I'd like to be concise.
There you go.
Is that okay?
Granted. You were also on for preliminary today.
We are.
The floor is yours, please.
So just very quickly, good afternoon. It's great to be back here in person. Bryce Ross, Dave Williams, on behalf of Caruso and Miramar Acquisition, the owner of the Miramar. As you know, we were here in December seeking some alterations to our previously approved resort shop application. And we're back before you today. You had 4 comments in our last hearing that were primarily focused on the height of some site pedestals that we had. A request to see some landscaping in the rear of bungalow 1, and a question about our resort shop signage and the building lighting. And we're here to address all of those tonight.
Go for it.
Super. If we can, if I can take them in that order, if it's okay.
The
If
floor
we
is
can,
yours.
if we can go to the details page. I believe it's this last page perhaps. Or I'm sorry, it's right before the pictures.
So Bryce, excuse me, what they want to do is to convert some of the units that are close to
There you go.
the main building in the shop.
And that was approved in December of 2021. We're back here today, just making some alterations based on resort shop operator feedback as well as guest feedback. So in the last hearing, December 1st, it was requested, I believe primarily by Claire, to reduce the bulk of these columns to bring the height down, which we've done by probably about 50%.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's a dimension, I can't read it from here. Do we zoom in on that dimension? We were at 4 feet before. I think we reduced it to 30 inches or thereabouts, 34 inches.
Maybe address the signage also.
Yeah.
Yeah, and any notion of signage that would be out on these pilasters would be a very small plaque, roughly, 6 inches by 12 inches.
Which is consistent with signage that we have throughout the property today. So that was the first one. The second one was the landscaping behind the building. If we can go to the site plan, please, which is a few pages up from there. It's the 3rd page in the deck. There you go. No, keep going. Actually, it's the 3rd from the top. There you go. So we've added the request on this page was to add some landscape to show the landscaping detail behind bungalow 1, which we've done now. Do you want to address the detail?
That's it, right? So that, what we're looking at is just the backside of the building.
Yeah,
okay.
both the garden side,
And-
we added the detail, and the only comment on this is consistent with everything else that is already in existence at Miramar.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Is this consistent with everything else in Miramar? So I'm fine with it then.
Next, please.
The last 2, I don't even know that we need drawings to address. The question was, tell me about your signage and tell me about your light fixtures. And the light fixtures and the signage are consistent with light fixtures that are on throughout the property today, and they're shown on the drawings. So if we want to go to the elevation, which is next page, there you go. You see the zoom in on the building. Oh, that's the existing approved building. Here's the proposed. You can see the light fixtures there.
So generally, we have lanterns flanking the doors. Yeah, same bevel of light fixture, same lamp, same wattage, same color temperature.
Are you guys done? Michael, please. Questions, Robert? Lida,
No questions.
Claire,
No question.
Tip, no questions. Bill is out, Dave. And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody here attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number 1759 South Jameson, also known as the Miramar Hotel? Anybody?
We have no request to speak.
Okay, excellent. Comments, please. We are on for preliminary, not final, just preliminary comments. I didn't make the agenda. Comments, Robert,
Comments.
Elida,
No comment.
Claire,
Looks good to me.
Tip.
Definitely, definitely good to receive preliminary from today, from the board today.
Dave. Why did you include parking? You have a whole thing on parking. Why did you do that?
It's always requested as part of the county's application process. So we just go in, we do the analysis, we show them that we're in compliance and.
Can we go to that page, please?
Absolutely.
I think it's the last page. And Zoom, maybe it's the one above now. No, it's the last page.
The last one. There you go.
Okay.
So we have 435
Yeah,
parking
yeah, yeah,
spaces
yeah.
today.
Up, down a little, please. Okay, right there, up, 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 up. Do you guys believe that you own these parking places?
We own the parking spaces on the north side of Miramar. We do not own the parking spaces on the south side.
Thank you. It'll help me with my beach walks. Okay. Do we have any,
Because he and I both go down to the beach
Oh, was
right
this a-
here.
was this a
and
bet?
Start walking past the hotel all the way to the end and come back.
thank you for providing me
Yeah.
parking.
Of course.
Time to time.
It's always-
Okay, so do I have a motion, please? We are on for preliminary only.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Final on consent. Okay, at the next meeting if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Kimberly, Dave, whomever takes care of that, please.
We'll check in with the planner.
Okay.
With your permission, would it be okay if we came on Zoom for that one?
You didn't have to come today.
It's nice to be here, to be honest, but it's.
4 hours. Well,
We're
didn't-
patient.
They weren't expecting 4 hours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item number 850 Rock Bridge Road. Dale, are you with us, please?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you for your patience. You are on for both preliminary and final. MBAR comments, good project, restudy the volume ceilings in the closets and consider dropping the plate height. Provide section through master closet. Restudy the north and south elevation. Robert, did you have a chance to review these before today's meeting? Okay. So, excuse me, there's more. One member expressed concerns regarding the flat roof over the kitchen. Provide inspirational photographs and restudy roof form over that. Provide full details. Dale, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, what we did is if you look at the site plan there, the square footage and the footprint of the buildings have not changed. Where we did principally do all the changes were to the exterior elevations. If you could go to those are existing, and one more. There we go. Here we go. Well, the front one, the proposed south elevation, that's existing. There's nothing.
New master closet right there, Dale.
That area right there onto the right. Yes, what we did is we dropped the elevation on the inside where we have lowered the plates by almost 1.5 feet on the right-hand side. So it's a very steep roof. So on the inside to get to a flat ceiling, which is principally a closet, a walk-in closet to the master bedroom. The area where the clothes would hang are still a good 6 feet, 8 to 7 feet off the finished floor. So we have no problems whatsoever dropping that ceiling. And then if you look to a little bit lower on that sheet, that is the new rear elevation where we had a mansard roof at one time over those 3 windows, which are the kitchen windows. There we still have the flat deck, but what we came up with is columns with woodworking in between, posts and railing system in between. And again, to the left is the addition of the master closet over the garage where the profile was dropped. And we have a building cross sections through the building to help show the what we did on that garage area as well as through the deck area. If you can go down, I believe, one more sheet. Oh, keep going. There's the roof plan. Please, one more.
I think that's the last slide, Dave.
That was the last sheet?
No details?
No. There was a complete set that I had sent in, and the sheets were lost, and I resent them in. And these are the old sheets. They have, oh gosh, we have engineering, Title 24, architectural details. We have building cross sections.
Were they included in the set that you emailed me this morning?
Yes, it was dated 3/9/2023.
So just to clarify, so there were, Kimberly had emailed me some from the planner's case file. I can put them in the box file with the supervisor's permission. That's Kimberly.
Absolutely. And my apologies. I took what I thought were the latest plan sets.
Okay, Dale, just give me just like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take a break for 2 minutes if people want to get up and start.
What? Because we don't have the material for this. Somehow, yeah. Yeah. What's happening is that we didn't, because oh, so this is what we didn't see.
Yeah, so just,
Okay.
yes, okay, next slowly right through here. Okay.
Keep going, you're in the existing.
Okay, slow down right there, please.
There's the new proposed exterior elevations. And the building cross sections. And of course, more technical stuff, the T24s and are beyond that. So if you go up one sheet, there are the building cross sections showing the low profile of the lowering the roof of the walk-in closet over the garage, where we have very tight clip plates and still have a flat ceiling for structural value. And then the building cross-section through the new kitchen and with the deck, flat deck above, and the railing system that goes with it.
Dale, did
Yes.
you do anything on the ground particularly, or did you just build on top of existing stuff? Please.
There was a just a flat area out the back where the kitchen and new deck above are. That's the only area where we expanded onto the grounds, which were flat area. There was no topography there. It was just like a patio from the out of the old kitchen at one time.
Plan, but just of the whole picture.
Site plan, please.
Yeah, do we have a, yeah, site plan, yeah.
So what,
Page 1.
so zoom in on that, please.
Okay, so there's the
So
site
what
plan.
Dale's saying is that's the only new undisturbed area right there.
Oh, God.
That's
And what is he proposing to do?
There's a new kitchen below and a new roof deck above.
Oh, I see. Okay, then fine. That's
You're
fine.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, Dale,
yes.
answer to this question is yes. Are you done with your presentation, please?
Basically, yes, we just kept everything
just
very
yes.
simple,
The
same
answer
footprint,
was
and
yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's have questions. Members of the board, questions. Tip? No questions.
There's the detail.
Dave?
No questions.
Robert?
I am familiar with this property, actually. Aren't there a lot of oaks? Are there oaks
Yes.
in the area where you're building that addition?
There's oaks in the area, but none of them, even the canopies, do not disturb that area.
No more.
Claire, questions?
No, yeah, no question.
And elevations, can you go up, please? There's a rear
I
elevation.
don't have any questions.
Elida, did I not call you?
No, she did.
Oh, I'm looking at your name, so.
One more sheet.
Okay, right there on the left-hand side, it looks like we have half timbers on that closet. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the exposed half timber.
Right, and then we go down to the end elevation. Next page down, please. And we have no half timbers. And then
It goes around the corner. It's all stuck on the entire side of the building, existing garage.
yeah,
and-
well, but there's no half timbers.
Correct.
Okay, and the front has half timbers up above. So members of the board, right there, so that half timbering goes around. So I guess the question is, have you studied ways to integrate half timbering on the right-hand side as we're looking at the south elevation, please? Because it goes from timbering to stucco without anything. The question is, have you looked at that, please? Dale?
No, I did not look at doing half timbering, only for the fact that it's half buried and it's the very quiet part of the yard and really not seen a whole bunch from anywhere. I mean, we could certainly do the similar half timbering that you see on the south elevation on the what would be the east elevation.
And members of the board, if you are unfamiliar, that second floor actually cantilevers out towards us. Okay, so thank you, Dale. Public comment. Is there anybody that's attending this meeting that would like to speak to us on item number 850 Rock Bridge Road, please?
No speakers.
Okay. We are on for preliminary final comments, please, Tim.
I think the project is definitely ready for preliminary approval, and I like the way that the plate has been lowered at the closet over the garage.
And what about the timbering? Leave it?
Yeah.
Okay, Dave, please.
I have nothing to add to Ted's comments.
Robert, please.
No comments.
Claire, please.
I don't have any comment.
All right, please.
No comment.
Okay, my comment is that on the north elevation, there are weenie half timbering along that. I think it's not any good. If we're not going to do them on the end elevation, I don't think we should do them back here. Okay.
Oh, good. You saved us some money.
Yes, Dale, that's our job. So
Thank you.
I would like to move for preliminary and final approval with the condition that the half timbering on the closet as shown on the north elevation be removed. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any further comment, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Dale. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Which is our last item.
Oh, God.
Okay, so 1572 Green Lane. We are on for both preliminary and final. Chandler, are you here, please, or somebody else? Is there anybody out there?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. So you're on for preliminary and final. Verify FAR calculation, modest addition, project is acceptable, document integration with rest of the residents in terms of materials and details.
Pardon, this is the incorrect project that's showing currently. It's 1572 Green Lane.
Yep. So
This is Oak Canyon.
That's Oak Creek Canyon.
Not where we want to be.
You would be proud to have designed that project, though, Chandler.
I'll take it.
Really.
Well, first off, good evening. I am the agent for the Burkaw edition. And first off, want to thank you guys for allowing this to continue on well past everyone's clock out time, it seems like. And I want to update for any of the board members that weren't present during the last meeting, prepared kind of a brief description of the project and with the improvements proposed.
Okay, FAR, please. Did you verify it?
Yes, so that is correct. The 106% over. This is the exact accurate FAR. And this was also concluded at our last meeting on December 15th. I think there was another document that was a part of it, and it had some other numbers, but this is the only one that was submitted this round. So this is current and accurate.
Okay, so let me be a little assertive if I may. David, can you just go zoom out a little bit and let's go down each page? And Chandler, when you see a place that you have documented the integration with the rest of the residents in terms, please speak up, but we don't need to kill this project.
Yeah, so the integration you'll see right there, the demo plan, and you can see it right there on the slab integration plan as well. You have a cut of the primary residence to the south there, and then you have the extension to the accessory unit up above in the north where the, am I able to mark this up? Are you?
I think we just let's take a look at materials and details. That's what we were really talking about.
Yeah, so if I may, I'd like to back it up just a few. So we've had to make a few major adjustments since our last meeting on December 15th due to a senior planner flagging our previous proposed design, which was regarding our overall height. our overall max height. Originally, we were at a 25-foot threshold, and we had to drop down to the 19-foot threshold based on getting categorized under another ADU sector, if you will. So along with that, we had to also required us to add a separate exterior stair entrance to the ADU above the garage. And so with doing so, we had to, the overall project direction hasn't changed, but we had to, we further developed the plans, of course, and then also had to modify the roof, overall plate heights and floor thicknesses to clear that max height constraint. So if you want to go down to the floor plans, you can kind of see there, nothing really has changed. We've adjusted a few of the door entries and exits, and then had to add the additional exterior stair, as you'll note, at the rear portion of the back side of the garage. And then if you continue down, you'll see the modifications that we had to do to the roof. Originally, this was a gable roof that went it had two different plate heights on left and right, and then dropped to the circulation courtyard, if you will. Due to the height constraint, we had to really...
Chandler, those two roofs are over an ADU, correct?
Yes, that is correct. All three of those for that matter.
State law prohibits us from reviewing ADUs. Can we please?
Yes, we may.
Do other things, simply.
Of course. So we can continue then. Let's just move along and address your guys' request per your last MBAR hearing. You guys wanted me to include a few other items to this package. And one of those items was identifying the overall material board, color board that we are proposing for this. And so there you are. Right there, you can see, I felt the best way to show this was just taking an image of the existing accessory structure. As you can see there, that is the office area on the left, that image. We plan on matching all of those existing materials to the new proposed improvement of this addition in the ADU above. And you can go down and just get a better idea of how that's all coming together. And then the last thing you had requested was a lighting plan showing the exterior lighting and calling out a specification for those lights. So I have included the utility plan, as you can see here, and also calling out where you'll see those exterior lights. So if you want to zoom in on that plan, I can kind of show you exactly where those are going to be. So right there to the front left, right next to the hallway, you'll see that light outside. That's the wall sconce that you're going to see directly below. And then any of those other symbols that you're seeing outside, there's going to be two on the left, kind of where that courtyard, yes, right there, exactly. So those are also the two other lights that are going to be being placed. And then we have added an additional one on the second story at the top of the stair set. If you go to your right on the plan. And so those are the three areas that we are designating exterior lights, and based on our conversations with planning, they and that one right next to the garage as well. And based on the conversations that we had, it is complies with section 35139 for the dark sky. And that is, those were the remaining changes that we had made for you.
Thank you. Robert, questions?
No questions.
Claire?
Was there any impact to the landscaping around the project?
No, there was not. And we can take a look at some of those existing photos if you guys have that on file. I didn't input it with this last submittal, but if you guys had that, we could pull that up and I could show you.
I don't need to do, I just needed to.
Nope. No, it is not.
That's all I need.
As one of you guys described at our last meeting, this is this property in the Montecito area is generally covered in lush vegetation, and this project will most likely get lost in the hills of Montecito. Is what I had in my notes. And plus the factor of us dropping it, I think a total of 3.5 feet from our previous design.
Questions?
So.
Am I understanding it right that we're looking at the first level of the structure and not the second?
Well, there's a hallway here on the left that's got light shown. That's definitely in our purview, all the way straight up. I think that there's a line, there's a square building there. I think the line that goes right to the left of that square building is the ADU. We can say, talk about the things on the left-hand side, not on the right-hand side.
Yes, so in light of that, everything on the right-hand side above the garage area is the footprint of that ADU. That's correct.
So when I look at your elevations, you have some elements that just, I'm not sure how the roof works. I'm curious.
Yeah, this was a struggle. We're still working with structural and getting all the plans figured out, but basically we're going to be utilizing a truss system for both of those hips, and then going to be running that skylight through the center of it.
We're not allowed to review that part. I'm talking about, could you go up one sheet?
Pardon. So you're talking about for the covered courtyard area, the circulation portion, and then the hallway connecting the primary structure and the accessory structure. Is that correct?
Now, when I'm above those pair of French doors there's just a
Right in there, David. Can you point that out?
Yeah.
That
is what
unique structural.
the shape of it, and also it's not showing a roof edge or, just curious.
Yeah, so actually, that is shown. This isn't the most up-to-date elevation plan. That should actually be showing it all the way pushed out, and you have that. If you go back to the roof plan, am I able to annotate on this? Annotate.
Okay, so very good. Tip, do you have any questions, please? No. A lighter, please.
Is the expansion of the garage impacting any of the landscape? Do you have to re-landscape once you've expanded the garage?
No, we do not. It's currently all just gravelled area. You can go down to the topographic map at the last sheet and you'll be able to see the overall existing layout.
Thank you.
And my questions are, do you have architectural details, please?
Not at this time. I did not provide it with this submittal since I wasn't sure they were going to be required.
Okay, public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 1572 Green Lane, please?
No speakers for this item.
Thank you. Okay, comments. Robert, back to you. Is this ready for either preliminary or final? Do you have any other comments, please?
I have no comments. I guess if we're not reviewing the ADU, that we could say it's ready for final.
Okay, Claire?
I'd be more than happy to give it preliminary, but given that it could be final, but we don't have any details. So I don't think it's ready for final.
Dave?
Yeah, I agree that the mouse bulk and scale and what we're allowed to review is working, but the details are missing in it. For example, that roof that I was talking about. So I think the plans need to be completed to come back on final and consent.
Chip?
Yeah, I agree. The final should be on consent because we don't have any details.
Okay, a lighter, please.
No comment.
I disagree with the board. I don't even think it's ready for preliminary. I think that,
okay.
Much less final. Chandler, pull it together, get all of the details, architectural details. You do not have to provide structure, but if you've got some roof element that's coming out, please get that shown accurately. Let's get a roof plan so that everybody knows what's going on. Let's get eave and rake as they are appropriate, window and door as it's appropriate. Please don't just say match existing because there's probably so many different conditions that it'd be very hard to do that. Please take the time to do that properly. do we need landscape plans, please, at all?
No.
No, he said that he hadn't impacted it.
Does everybody agree with me since I'm being so assertive? Yes. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to continue this project to the consent calendar for both preliminary and final. Please get the drawings done. I want to advise you that because you're on consent does not mean that it is easier, cheaper, faster. I am one of the members that reviews it. You heard my comment tonight. I will be looking for everything. Please present a complete package. Love to meet with you at whenever. You can talk with your planner about how quickly you can get on. You potentially could get on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we have the complete package ready to go. I wasn't aware that I needed to provide the details per our last meeting. So that is my screw up. And yeah, we will be submitting in for the
And make
final
sure the
review.
elevations are drawn correctly, the roof plan is drawn correctly, the foundation plan is drawn correctly.
Roof plan's drawn correctly. It's just that elevation. There is a line that isn't supposed to be there. That is a previous sheet. So yes, I will update that.
So there, I made a motion. Was there a second, please? Second, anybody?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Thank you very much,
And
Chandler.
Could real quick, could I get a little bit more clarification on the roof plan and what you're trying to see with that roof plan? Are you wanting to see the entirety of the primary roof, or I'm a little confused by that comment because
Existing roof, and are they hips? Where's the hip? Are they flat? If they're flat, where's the parapet? You know, so that if you were given the opportunity to travel around the world with the one condition, you could not talk to anybody about this project, could they build it? Please
Fair.
provide us with enough drawings so that anybody that has knowledge could build this. And you can talk.
Understood.
Perhaps he or she, I don't have it in front of me, can provide an example of final drawings. There is.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There's a motion on the floor for adjournment. Any further discussion? No. All those in favor, please? Aye. All those